is going to be, I think, interesting. See how this, and this is going to be a challenge. So, okay, we're going to go through a handful of bits here. Oedipus, and what we're doing with kind of a lot of different, they do a lot of text comparisons. I'm hoping that generally speaking, this is going to be mostly clear enough for those who are wanting to follow along that they can read. We're going to probably end up surfing through a handful of PDFs. Hey, Ms. Dixon. This is meant to be more of a live thing, so don't hesitate to mute or anything. So let me just start off. I'm trying to get a few things situated for fucking open. Might just be a So this week in Anti-Oedipus, we made a very specific move. That move is into a space beyond the coding that exists in the socius, the primitive, and the overcoding, the despotic. And this is the terms Deleuze and are used for this as terms of the time. The way ethnologists spoke of it, we may talk about these times as a sort of prehistory and then post-state as the two sort of set. The push changes a little bit as we make our way through this. One of the reasons that I think we're going to end up having to refer back and forth into a handful of times. Guys, praying that all of this works because we want to make sure it's nice and difficult. Where is Anti-Oedipus? Window. The way that capital functions within the Capitalism and Schizophrenia oeuvre, and this includes 1,000 Plateaus, which I don't spend usually a huge amount of time. Oh, my audio is cutting in and out. Fuck. Oh, God, this is just a fun day for me. Let's see. Seems to be working on my end acceptably. I'll just keep the mic right in front of my fucking face. Whatever, it's fine. I'm mostly rambling at this point anyway as I get a couple things sort of running. When we make the move into capitalism, very particularly, we do away with codes. The reason we do away with codes, as they talk about very specifically in 3.10, is the way that representation operates under capitalism has no room for codes. There's a couple very specific ways that they talk about this. The sort of list, they give a handful of sort of reasons that we don't sort of talk about codes. Why are we in this position? Why is it that capitalism needs to get away from it? Why are we moving away from coding? Why not utilize codes in this particular way? They give a handful of explanations. And ultimately, it kind of boils down to the way that desire operates within capital doesn't allow for the same setup. The decoding and the nature of that doesn't move us into a secondary coding in capitalism. Instead, it is fully decoded, ultimately deterritorialized. It's an obliteration of codes. But the movement of capital works very particularly to recapitulate these things and to push them into a different type of position. Code is something that operates, we could say, within the connective syntheses and the disjunctive syntheses. It is very, very particular in both ways. With coding inside of social organizations of the primitive, the way code operates, we find our position via a handful of very specific signifiers. Who we're married to, how we're married, who we're connecting with, how we're connecting with, all of these super fun things. Great. That's sort of one side of that. The other half of this is that when we actually move to the despotic, those get overcoded. This happens because we may have our local codes, our little anachronisms, as they say. We have the way that we handle bartering, the way that we handle marriages, that once had more of a ceremonial coded reality to them, but because we now have this king from afar, he overcodes. He allows the code to stay local, but he gives a ruling over this. The priests or the local merchants or whoever he sends to the town, the sheriff or Sheriff of Nottingham kind of shit. Like whoever he sends, these people that they jokingly call sort of the village perverts that wander from village to village, they give edicts. Those edicts overwrite. These other codes get to stay underneath, but they overwrite. This doesn't allow for this as well, the way that it works today, because ultimately capitalism exists in a really odd place. And this very, very odd place sets up, and I'm going to actually just have to share, I'm just going to have to fucking share the screen, because I don't think I can get away with this otherwise, for us to sort of talk about this. So as I do this, this is intended to be a conversation, and I do mean that fully, because this is not a thing I am going to say I have a super strong grasp of. I have a general grasp of it. I've read this book a lot of times, and I kind of have to, but the reality is this is not easy shit. This is really a lot. So we're going to start right setup that they've got where they say so many reasons. Perfect. And as we sort of talk through that, we're going to have to reason and have discussions and talk through it. If you are watching on YouTube, you're free to comment, do whatever you want. I have no idea how you want to do that. Fine. You're also free to join us in the Discord. So, yeah, that would be it. Here we go. The quote from Anti-Oedipus. So many reasons for defining capitalism by a social axiomatic that stands opposed. So many reasons for defining capitalism by a social axiomatic that stands opposed to codes in every respect. First of all, this is point one. Money as a general equivalent represents an abstract quantity that is indifferent to the qualified nature of flux. But the equivalence itself points to the direction of a relation without limitation. They bring up the formulation of MCM. The circulation of money as capital has therefore no limits. They go through a handful of examples here and begin discussing the nature of the flux that exists in this very particular way. Coded flux, the codes of old, the Tiv of the Niger, are particular, conditional, and constitutive of the social relations in the moment. They're complicated. They're far more than just the one thing or the element that it is. They're not an abstract quantity. We may have versions of this that are abstracted. Money has been around for forever. The Tiv of Niger, the example that they give, I believe it was Hanan, who did the big studies, but any of the books you'll find, they had these really complicated economic systems that had three tiers. Commodities, what we would call commodities on the bottom, food and that kind of stuff. On the high end, it was wives and maybe slaves. It was again, 2,000 years ago, very unique culture. But in the middle, they had specifically these rods. And rods were given, and they were kind of, they were like stabs, like really fancy sort of, think of them as wire sculptures kind of things. You could trade them in mass for wives, slaves, not really land, but like favor that would get you that. They were for these large things. They were sort of honorariums that you could trade. But the idea of trading for commodities was gauche. You simply wouldn't do that. These were for that. Commodities, instead, you would trade amongst each other. Capital comes in, and capital obliterates this very unique system because everything suddenly has to have a quantified value. Specifically, as they sort of say here, the way that the social axiomatic stands, is because money as a general equivalent represents an abstract quantity that is indifferent to qualified qualitative natures of flux. It doesn't matter if it came from X, Y, or Z, if it originated from this position of society, this place. Money doesn't give a fuck. Money doesn't fucking care at all. Money is a purely abstract quantity, the smallest pieces and parts, and it doesn't have any quality carries through it. So because of that, putting a code in this position, bringing codes back, having something in that position that plays like a code doesn't make a lot of sense, because codes are involved in the qualified nature of the flux. They really deal with that. The way trade works when you have money started rather than trade, MCM versus CMC and Marx, the circulation of money as capital doesn't have limits. In fact, everything becomes worth a little bit of capital here or there, that kind of stuff as we kind of get going. How I understand this paragraph. So as we make our way through, and we're going through this, obviously codes, which are qualitative, which have this qualified sort of nature to them, that's not going to work for us inside of this because of how capital works. They have the second. Have these in odd. Secondly, the fact remains that money as an unlimited abstract quantity cannot be divorced from becoming concrete, without which it would not become capital when not appropriate production. Codes don't have the necessity of becoming concrete, not in this way. Becoming concrete is you paying for something. The value of a thing is what you're willing to pay for it. It's not the value of what you say it is. It doesn't become concrete until the trade is made. Capital necessitates this. You cannot divorce it from the becoming concrete, without which it would not become capital. It would just be the idea of it, this abstract thing that stays abstract, which isn't really how capital works. And without that, it doesn't appropriate production until we have what people are willing to pay for a thing, which means downstream how much workers are willing to get paid, how much money we have for larger production. Again, those smallest abstract quantities that is capable, pennies and cents, and the way that it reduces everything to that. Again, codes don't work for this, just for that same exact reason. The quality of flows results solely from their conjunction as decoded flux. This is, again, talking about desire and how it plays. Their conjunction is decoded flux. Outside this conjunction, they remain virtual. This conjunction is the disjunction of the abstract quantity through which it becomes something concrete. dx and dy, the rate of the cost of labor, the cost of common goods or industrial, are nothing independent of their relation. The cost of labor without actually being put to use is a weird abstraction we don't need. Like, it does nothing for anybody. It's useless. At the same time, the direct cost of goods until you have labor, like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, it just doesn't. None of these things matter. Their relation, which is what allows capital to produce further capital, this is the thing that matters. They determine the one as pure quality of the flux of labor, the other as pure quality of the flux of capital. The progression is the opposite, because of this, of that of a code. It expresses capitalist transformation of the surplus value of code into a surplus value flux. This is a bear of a paragraph. Bear of a fucking paragraph. It's a lot, isn't it? To me it is. To me it reads like a lot. I don't know, maybe it's just me. 61, Ms. Dixon, I know you're here. I know you're listening. I'm sharing my screen so you can join in. It's a beast of a fucking thing to say. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, I was thinking, as zoning into the Phillies vibe there. Yeah, that's good.
So
it reminds me a lot of the kind of Zizek kind of stuff but I guess comparatively to the other dualisms are more customary to looking at, which is not typically anti-Oedipus kind of dualist stuff. So this stuff about the codes and flux and the differential and stuff like that, surplus value. It all kind of, I'm familiar with the pieces. I just like,
It's
I
a
like the
unique,
Deleuzian
it's a
connection.
unique organization of them. Use a word specific.
Yeah, I like it. I do like it. It's very nice. Relaxing late night.
Good.
Sorry, I'm a little bit, just came back from Dave and Buster's, so worn out
No,
playing
chill,
basketball.
enjoy. Good. I'm mostly just sitting here trying to make my way through this section because next week I promised that people who had questions, I'd be able to answer them. And as I dove in further and further, I realized I have enough of an understanding to be dangerous. I don't want that. And I have I want to be more competent in this. So I have a handful of papers I want to kind of go through, but I'm kind of first going through this section because it's the first question that makes sense to ask is, hey, we have codes, we have overcoding. Why are we making a switch now? Why not just have a new type of code that exists? Because why would we deviate from what is coding? We have overcoding, we have metacoding or some other shit. Why are we stepping away from the functionality of code to this really odd thing that is the axiomatic? And for Deleuze and Guattari, the axiomatic, they mean quite very much in the calculus set theory form of the axiomatic. The idea that when we deal with things in capital, when things in capital exist, they our desire, the desire that is producing and individuating and enabling things to be individuated, the syntheses, the process of production that enables things to exist, inside of that is baked in axioms in the same way that it is mathematically, that determines whether or not things in a set belong in the set or not, that condition that set. So if I have the example I used in this last one is from a great paper that's kind of just lays out, it's like, if we start with just the idea of like natural numbers, we have the idea of zero, the idea of numbers, and the idea of successors of numbers. One, axiom, zero is a number. This is like we have axioms are necessitated for us to have sets of things. The successor of a number, also a number. Different numbers do have the same successor. Zero is not a successor of any number. And if a property belongs to zero, and if, when it belongs to a given number, it belongs to the successor of that number, then it belongs to all numbers. It's the principle of induction. These are, as Blanche is putting out, it's Peano's theory of arithmetic. This is the basic natural number thing. Now, these things, these axioms that exist in this set, they presume like that there is an understanding of what zero is. One of the things that Russell points out when going over this, which he does, he beats the shit out of this, but he beats it up because he agrees with this, but it's a very particular thing. It presumes we agree that successor is particular. So if I were to say that successor is always plus one, if I were to say that successor is plus three, if I were to say zero, the word zero is the number 172,000. All of those things produce different sets, but each one is predicated on the same axiomatic. This is how these things sort of work. If successor meant half, for example, as the quote goes, if successor meant half, number would denote each of the terms in the series 1, 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16, etc. And so because of this, the way the axiomatics within mathematics work is they presume definitions of things within sort of a normative value system. So in capital, because this is how D&G sort of are seeing this thing at large work, within capital, because capital is breaking everything down to its dollars or to a quantifiable element, which we call dollars, but it's capital. It's ones and zeros. It's really basically turning everything into these small pieces that everything can be broken down into. Everything then is built on axiomatics. And the desire that is producing everything within the society is going through this process. So the axiomatics that condition our understanding of these, this is the thing that makes capitalism unique, because we are basically dealing with a sense generation of inference. And so this is why it does come back to a lot of older Deleuze. This is like logic of sense straight through. This is logic of sense straight through. There's a lot of DNR in this concept, and also his sort of later ideas. There's a lot of stuff that sort of has built into this. But the idea of using the term axiomatic is so fucking off the wall for what he's doing here that it sort of beggars this real complex, like, what the fuck? So sorry for the ramble. That's kind of my ramble for this the thing. So I'm kind of going back through because there's parts of this I understand and I get, feel like I do, but it's a lot to sort of take in and then be able to go, how does this operate? Why does it work this way? And how does it necessitate the hierarchical system Capital gives us? One of the examples they give, which I really do like, is there's this book Anne Kieran wrote, which was about the change of how people built buildings in the 1700s to 1800s. Made the move specifically from what we would call traditional artisanal construction to geometrical construction, descriptive geometry specifically. So the way that Anne is sort of talking through this, one sec, let me so you can read this. I actually think 61 you'd enjoy actually taking a look. Change my focus of my window. It's
Oh, sorry, I was just listening in. Did you want
no,
me to look at
you
the
can just
stream?
read or not. Like, it's fine. I just I want to make sure I'm sharing so that way.
Oh, okay.
Oh, in VR.
We'll
Is it working? One sec. On VR.
Yeah,
someone
yeah.
on,
Now it's
someone on
working.
YouTube is yelling at me. But we're on YouTube, by the way.
Oh, hi YouTube.
Yeah, streaming. It's fun.
Awesome. Cool.
Yeah, it's the easiest way for me to do recordings of these things. So the line goes from Quirin. The change happened when descriptive geometry became a thing. Descriptive geometry enabled the guys who were in charge of buildings to be deeply, deeply, deeply abstract and kind of not have to deal with the artisans on the ground. The old way that things were done, I'll just read this straight out. Prior to its introduction, construction involved a negotiation between the engineer, who understood the aims of the project. We're making an aqueduct, we're making a dam, we're making a cathedral, whatever it is, and the artisan, who understood the various singularities which defined the characteristics of materials. This changed with the introduction of descriptive geometry, which allows for precise specifications of form and can be applied to a range of domains, regardless of the materials used to specify what the engineer requires. It is, in fact, a universal language, and for Quirin, leads the engineer to become the one who is trained in the handling of an ideological discourse rather than the possession of professional skills. To read the excerpt, the master carpenter did not want to abandon his traditional drawing methods for the new language, which implied a much more radical hierarchy of work between the designer and the executor. Thanks to this new language, the new abstraction, the way that this sort of odd mathematics enabled sort of people to deal with each other, the designer can in fact enter into the smallest details of execution, adopting an entirely prescriptive attitude, whereas until then he had to respect the convention-specific trades, their traditional know-how, and their particular language. With descriptive geometry, a technical graphic language is developed which installs the power of synthesis, of coordination of the engineer on the building trades. At this point, we have the movement from an artisanal relation to the singularities of the materials they work with, to a science of forms, and with it a movement from mutual education and practice to hierarchy. Descriptive geometry is a language necessary and common to the man of genius who conceives a project, to the artist who must direct its execution, and the workman who must execute it. This is a very particular conceptual understanding of the world. And this setup, this mathematical abstract way of dealing with things that enables this type of communication naturally builds hierarchy. Because instead of mutually having to deal with each other and having specialization in various ways, suddenly someone could be quite abstract and demanding, but the people underneath them, it's their job to see it through, to see it done, to make thy will done. And there was enough of a language there that you couldn't really have room. There wasn't really a need for the back and forth. This is where they're pulling from in order to start talking about this shift to the quantification, to the externalized, to the axiomatization of all of these various things. And this setup is a very particular way of dealing with various things that sort of comes in through capital, through the state, through all of these elements that start sort of coming in that utilize and deal with nomadic science, nomadic everything, all of these various things, but suddenly actually push us in a very, very specific direction. And the setup puts us in that fun mathematical place that I'm just stupid enough to not fully grasp, but to be able to have enough information, again, to be dangerous, as I joke. So when we're talking about the axiomatic here, the play begins sort of to become understanding when we're talking about the not, we are under the impression, because of how language operates, thanks to the state and thanks to the overcoding of it, the master signification that Lacan talks about, that isn't how language really works in capital, but it's how it worked in the despotic and how the state needs it to work because it's how law is laid out, it's how control is laid out. Instead of having that, burst apart in a Yelmslevian sort of linguistic way, the state allows that overcoding to happen in its very odd ways. And at the same time, capital, who comes in and decodes and does its thing, builds these axiomatics that enable desire to continue to stay trapped. And it does it through this very particular setup, through a handful of very specific limitations that operate effectively mathematically, but are things that we've kind of learned to accept within the capitalist world. The examples they give are sort of the limitations of capital, how it operates. The capitalist axiomatic, as he says, capitalism would like for us to believe it confronts the limits of the universe, the extreme limit of resources and energy. But all it confronts are its own limits, periodic depreciation of existing capital. All it repels or displaces are its own limits, the formation of new capital in industries with a high profit rate. The setup puts us in that same place that happens within general set theory and with the paradoxes that come from Gödel, that come from all these other thinkers, but it's the sort of lived experience of those things as we sort of make our way through capital. Kind of funky, and it kind of a lot, isn't it?
Oh, well, maybe. I was wondering, though, if you had any insight into the parallel postulate in particular. Does Deleuze go into that? Because I see that in the work that you're streaming here.
Parallel postulate.
Yeah, the kind of distance and the kind of creation of a methodological space in relation to geometry and the move towards non-Euclidean geometric intuition. And of course, geometric intuition always being paired so closely with axiomatics.
There is so the play with geometrics at that point is very particular. When we talk about and make the move to the next second, I want to make sure. Let's see. All right, so perhaps let me read a little bit. The introduction of descriptive geometry is then a process of binding that introduces a new model of labor that no longer recognizes the singularities materials which the artisan relies on, but operates in terms of the definition of form via extended planes. This in turn allows for a particular distribution of labor where the engineer and the artisan take a hierarchical and formal relation to each other. First, we have a process whereby an activity or territory is re-territorialized on a new form, thus altering the coordinates by which the activity is understood. Then on a second level, this new structure allows a system of homogeneous comparison, which opens the way to application. They write, state overcoding is precisely the structural violence that defines the law, police violence, and the violence of war. Lawful violence, wherever violence contributes to the creation of that which is used against, or as Marx said, wherever capture contributes to the creation of which. This did not answer what. Sorry, there's a lot of stuff inside.
It got close to it.
It is.
I think it was up next to the part on Euclidean stuff. It's somewhere in there. I remember just kind of reading bits and pieces of it as you skimmed over it, so I know it's in there.
All of this. Work of the artisan governed by a model produced.
It might be.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think it might be like a page down or so, a little bit after this, maybe. Like, let's see, a little bit. Is it? Yeah, no, I think it's in the axiomatic section, possibly. Maybe.
It is also in this chat, by the way, if you scroll a little bit up. Boop, boop. In case you want to download and read. You don't have to, again. Just.
Oh, awesome. Okay. I'll do that. Hold on.
There are two important senses. They're next to it. That recorded because I'm trying to. My goal with this is that I come away with some grasp slightly better of what's happening. It's what I know the axiomatic is not simply syllogisms that we tell each other. A penny saved is a penny earned is not the axiomatic they're discussing. That's within representation. It's not possible they're discussing that. Be silly. What most people take it as. Instead, what we're talking about is literally out of calculus and set theory. I am a guy who fucking didn't, so it becomes a challenge. The reason I know it's out of calculus and fucking say it outright. Their goal here in this section and the way that they're doing it is to talk about very particularly the structures that everything has. They want to go, they're like, fuck structures. Let's talk about the procedures of everything. And so they want to, through that, bring in all of these other ways of looking at how structures of things become generated. Set theory is kind of the ultimate logic of such a thing. And so they want to bring it in and show how it applies to history, social, political, psychological, whatever, that it's not just a mathematics thing, but instead an understanding of how all of these things sort of to be. There we go. It's page, I don't know what fucking page it is. Page of the PDF 11. It's parallel. Okay. There are two sentences in which an axiomatic may not be complete. Maybe this first is if it is intentionally weakened, such that the level of indetermination is deliberately introduced into the system. We can see how this works using Blanche's example of geometry. If, for example, we deny Blanche's, by the way, wonderful. I'm having to reread their book a couple of times. Because again, not bright on math, but it's really great. The uniqueness of the parallel while retaining intact the other Euclidean postulate. This is literally talking about what you're saying, I think. This is, I think, the thing. So we start with, I can summarize this because I've read this like a dozen times. We start with Euclid's stories of like his postulates. Here's how Euclidean space works. Parallel lines are always parallel. Parallel lines will stay parallel. Boom. But if we like deny that one, but we keep all the other postulates, we enter Lobachevskian geometry. Going to be one of those names. Because it's different than Euclid, like not a subset of Euclid, but it's different, but it has the same logical characteristics. But if on the other hand, we allow the number of possible parallels to be undetermined, that is to say, instead of replacing the postulate concerning the parallels by another, we simply get rid of it, leaving a gap in the system. Then we obtain the principles of a more general geometry, of which Euclidean and Lobachevskian geometries appear as specializations. So we end up, as this author's saying, and Summershall, I think he's great, here we have a nested series of geometries, such that we move from the general to the specialized. It is also the case, Gödel's proof shows that any axiomatic of even a rudimentary expressive power is incomplete in this sense. Hegel and Newman in their book of Gödel's proof sums it up as follows. And they run through a thing, kind of talking through, again, basic Gödel, even if the axioms of arithmetic are augmented by an indefinite number of true ones, there's always further arithmetical truths that are not formally derivable from that set. No matter how complex or how many sets you, like rules and axiomatics you have, you will never be able to actually find a totality. You'll never be able to find one that encompasses all truths. So we have these two things that are happening here. This oddness in how the axiomatics work, where, and I think this was, is this what you were aiming at, 61? The parallel postulate?
Oh yeah. It was this section. Yeah, right.
Good.
Because it isn't just because I see the Euclidean story kind of rather simplistically, routinely going as like, oh, we had we followed this kind of tradition from Euclid for a very long time relating to geometric intuition and mathematical rigor, wherein there were certain kind of geometrical premises that were built up kind of in a self-caused kind of way, in a self-containing systematic program of activities, I guess you could say. Sorry, I'm adding too many things to this.
No. It's
the idea being, yeah.
No,
Go ahead.
It's you're spot on, because it's, so the first thing that this author's doing is he's saying, look, let's go over and talk about how axiomatics operate. And one of the big ways we can do that is we go right into Euclid. And I agree. Usually this stuff is shit. I like how he's talking about, because it's the first thing he wants to talk about is specifically incompleteness. And he's not even going straight at like the incompleteness theorem, but instead he's like, notice these odd ways that things are incomplete. With Euclid, like, let's just take his postulate. There's Euclid, but if we tweak one, we can either become more specialized, which means it's entirely incomplete sort of by nature, or if we omit one, which, because we will never be able to always have everything, there's always kind of a superset that is able to subsume every set we have. So there's this weird incompleteness that exists by nature. And again, Gödel's proof of incompleteness sort of builds that out. That's the first one. But the second limitation of axioms is the different nature. This one, I would love someone smarter than me to help, because this one is the theorem of Skolem. And it's not a Lord of the Rings character. This is like me learning new fun stuff. I'll make sure I get this, because it's the statement that if a countable theory has a model, then it has a countable model. Further, it has a model of every cardinal number greater than or equal to L of 0. This is the non-standard models of arithmetic. So, to just state as they write it, or Blanche specifically. Another limit is traced to the use of the axiomatic method by a paradoxical theorem of Skolem to any system that goes beyond a certain fairly elementary level, and that includes a model in any domain. it is possible to also assign a model in the domain of natural numbers. Now, the set of natural numbers constitutes a countable infinity, which is the weakest power of infinite set. It therefore follows that the axiomatic treatment causes all higher powers to vanish in a way. The continuum, for example, can't be conceived of axiomatically in a structural specificity, since any axiomatic we give will include a countable model. So the continuum would be like a true totality of infinity in sort of the uncountable infinity way. But it can't, because necessarily it's got natural numbers in a model. This is part of Skolem's paradox that he brought up. Now, as the author here says, this is not a problem of completeness in a formal sense, since it's not one of the conceivable structures not being provable within an axiomatic. Rather, one of certain structures being inconceivable within the axiomatic. This is, there's the old line, I always go with Donald Rumsfeld, probably as my favorite one who said it. There's known knowns, there's known unknowns. There's unknown unknowns. And like Zizek says, everyone always forgets the unknown knowns. But the idea ultimately that there is things that are wholly inconceivable necessarily with how axiomatics are structured, and that's basically Skolem's paradox kind of plays in that direction, according to Blanche. This means that axiomatics not only are incomplete by nature in a couple different ways, but also that within the structure of an axiomatic, there are structures that are wholly inconceivable. There are entirely unknown unknowns, no matter what. And the axiomatic, because of this, seems unable to properly capture the nature of the flux. There is always a fundamental difference between living flows and the axioms that subordinate them to centers of control, decision-making, that make a given segment correspond to them, which measure their quanta. Blanche sees both of these problems as emerging from the exclusion of intuition from axioms. Intuition loosely corresponding to the conception of science related to problems, rather than axioms. We're going to make it all the way through this, so welcome, enjoy the journey. Enjoy the journey. These two claims then suggest there's a limit to the capitalist axiomatic. Guattari's claim is that while capitalism sees these limits as being limits of the world, they are actually limits of the nature of capitalist representation itself. Quote, capitalism would like for us to believe it confronts the limits of the universe, the extreme limits of resource and energy, but all it confronts are its own limits, periodic depreciation of existing capital. All it repels or displaces are its own limits, formation of capital and new industries with a high profit. This is because of those two elements and how axiomatics work, and because capital necessitates a representational sort of phylum that works in this way, that enables the axiomatic to be a baseline that representation then builds out of, we end up with these very odd things playing out in desire itself, from the paradox of things that are wholly inconceivable, which is a limit of capital. It's not a limit of humanity or a limit of society. It's a limit of capital and the representation within capital. But also that somehow representation's always either something that can be lifted up to sort of a meta version of itself or shrunk down to more specificity because of the way that the axiomatic plays. And these setups put us in a position where power's fucking with us constantly. And this is where their definition, they use Blanche's definition of power. Quote, two sets are said to have the same power when one can establish between their elements a one-to-one correspondence. To any element of one corresponds one and only one element of the other, and reciprocally. That for infinite sets, having the same power is reduced to having the same number of elements. That for infinite sets, the weakest power is that of the countable. the indefinite sequence of natural numbers, that the power of the continuum, points of a line, a set of real numbers, is greater than that of the countable. This is, to me, I go to Suzanne de Brunoff's Marx on Money, and to me this is the difference between money and capital, like almost being said specifically, that because capital is the continuum, it's points on a line. It doesn't really have like the ability for it to count seemingly is infinite, but my countable cash that I get, this setup, these are these are not of the same power, I think would be the phrase I'd use. They talk about it in terms of denumerable and non-denumerable sets because of Skolem's paradox, but I'm not sure that flows. It, to me, I have trouble having that flow very directly. It's a tougher one for me to like grok, hold on to. I don't know if that makes sense.
Which part in particular? Sorry, I was just kind of speed rereading the
That's
passage
fine.
here.
The bottom of 13, we return to the paradox. We saw it shows that axiomatics can only relate to countable arithmetical domain. Sense. It is thus unable to account for the continuum, which is a set of a higher power. D and G on the face of it equate this notion of the non-denumerable set with the war machine, but in fact, the situation more complicated. And this is why I hate when people bring in 1,000 plateaus, because there's issues I have with the translation. That's what's happening, but it doesn't matter. We saw in relation to Cantor, the notion of a set appears to be based on the model of countability, and indeed, the Lowenheim-Skolem theorem holds that, quote, every structure is elementarily equivalent to a countable structure. This account has been used to argue that there are in fact no uncountable sets, but perhaps better expresses the fact that the non-denumerable here is negatively determined as that which escapes the axiomatic. Deleuze and Guattari claim that the axiomatic manipulates only denumerable sets. Here, we find ourselves very close to Kant's conception of the noumenon. Argues, once we notice that for reasons internal to reasons, antinomies, we are led to contradiction when we attempt to extend our representation to a complete understanding of the world. We're forced to introduce a representation of a moment outside of representation in order to prevent thought from overreaching itself. The common concept of the noumenon. So we have this really strange thing that's happening within capital, and it's a limitation sort of naturally of it, that because the axiomatic necessitates countable sets, it's almost built into the representation that's happening now, that while capital seemingly is infinite, and very may well be, we necessitate and require the sort of recapitulation and dragging back the re-territorialization of those things to these axiomatics, and in axiomatics, everything is countable. We don't have the non-denumerable or what we might call fantastic or silly or uncountable or insane or broken, all of these things, right? That thing that's happening there. Like, does that make sense as I'm saying it?
Yeah, well, I know it's all very tricky in a way, because I guess I just immediately associate axiomatics with intuition and continuity, and I understand, like,
Me too.
the generation of discrete steps, but it's just very counterintuitive for me to
Oh,
think
yeah.
that within this relation of things there's an opposition, or at least it's one of those things where I know that resolving that opposition would lead to the positive conception, a separable, independent, positive conception of something else that would be responsible for something like that.
Yeah, it's an odd play. Because I'm actually with you, and it's kind of so for them, the way that they want to make the move they want to make at some point is that they're not necessarily against like axiomatics as a thing. It's a function of all of these pieces together. And so when we have representation as we do, that plays in its particular ways, when we have capital at work as it does, it's the entirety of this machinery that is sort of playing and operating and being fucky. They're not necessarily against like all of it. They're trying to break down all of these pieces and say, like, hey, in capital, there's this really strange thing that happens with representation where Everything necessitates a need to be quantified because of capital. And through that, the way desire is sort of spread out and finds meaning is through axiomatizing the way that it operates. And we axiomatize at a very basic, like internal, early way. And capital's happy to always add more, to allow more specificity, or to allow them to be rules disappear in order to find a higher or less specific sort of existence of things. Like this back and forth, capital's happy with, as long as it's able to make its way to that repressive moment that pulls back. And that's why we have where someone will come along and, build a better mousetrap, as the phrase goes. And they figure out, oh, actually, I can make this plastic by doing it this cheaper way and having this function this way. And everyone's like, oh, fuck. And the guy owns that, runs it, just explodes out in production, and it changes how everyone works. It saves people from having to sort of be overly determined into their workspace, but at the same time, which is freeing. So that's nice. But at the same time, the recapitulation happens where that profit needs to, instead of being sort of spread out and distributed, it needs to be captured, caught, and held, quantified, and then saved for the next time. The worry, the next time, the almost a fear of the next time this sort of new thing happens. Because the next time, it won't be us, it's going to be someone else, and we need to be ready for that kind of mentality. This back and forth that constantly is happening with capital and roils through the classic Marx's sort of take on it. And that's the setup they're playing with, as far as I can tell, through this thing.
When can I ask a question or?
Oh no,
we should
please,
proceed?
please, no, for sure.
Okay, when Kant, because I read the Critique of Pure Reason, when Kant, mentioned about the axiom of intuitions, right?
Okay.
There is some kind of tendencies in humans where there's or some kind of the axiomatic, the axiom of intuition, the anticipation of perception, these kind of things. It's kind of there's a quantitative aspects, right, that compel us, different quantities, right, that compel us to form a quality of the thing, that we try to axiomize about, right? So the axiom of intuition is one of the informative texts that I kind of I don't know, maybe I don't understand, but is that what relate to what Deleuze and Guattari talked about? I guess the idea of permanence, right? The idea of these the formal condition of experience, right? That's pertain to permanence and succession and these kind of things, which gives the quantity, the formal condition of space and time, or the manifold, as as which give the basis of our which give the not the representation, because the representation doesn't pertain to anything. The representation without the formal condition or the axiom of intuition doesn't pertain to anything, right? Without the because Kant's purpose is that or let's say the Kant's purpose is that he has some kind of, he want to affirm the possibility of experience, right? Not the fact that there's some representation that overreaching. You don't take you don't affirm the possibility of experience by the conception, but by the conception corresponding with the form of other forms of experience, right? Or formal condition of experience. I don't know. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense.
I'd have to think about it. I would love to say No, fuck off. Like I'd have to think about it, because this is it. Specifically, this spot we're talking about is a thing where I'm just going to be very clear. This ain't the thing I'm like a hyper specialist on, and it's what I'm trying to figure out. And it's playing through a handful of different texts. There's a challenge. One of the big challenges is the term axiomatic, the way that it's talked about. And there's a handful of other things in here, the Urstadt and the conception that D&G have of that in Anti-Oedipus and again in A Thousand Plateaus. There's almost no secondary literature. And when I say that, I mean, like, I've spent an extraordinary amount of time looking for PDFs, looking for papers, looking for doctoral theses, looking for interviews, looking for talks that they gave. And most of this stuff is passed over as they move to other thoughts, other things. And there's only a handful. What I was reading was Henry Summers Hall, who's great. Then the other that I'm going to be also moving into, maybe even now, is specifically with Daniel Davis Smith, who's phenomenal. He did a new translation of The Fold that's fantastic. Really has a fantastic grasp on Deleuze, and he's written a piece very specifically, Axiomatics and Problematics as Two Modes of Formalization. This is much more in line with, because this is stuff he talks about in Difference and Repetition. He'll go on and talk in others. He gave lectures on these things. And for him, the way that these two get used is kind of he sees as the crux. And he sees it as almost two poles, which I find fascinating. So to just sort of read, I think I'm still sharing. Yeah. The text in front of me is Daniel Smith's paper. I'm just going to read, and we're just going to kind of make our way through it, I hope. A final example can help serve to illustrate the ongoing tension between problematics and axiomatics, even in contemporary mathematics. Even after Weierstrass's work, mathematicians using calculus continued to obtain accurate results and make new discoveries by using infinitesimals in their reasoning, their mathematical conscience assuaged by the often unchecked supposition that infinitesimals could be replaced by Weierstrassian methods. Despite its supposed elimination as an impure and muddled concept, the ghostly concept of infinitesimals continued to play a positive role in mathematics as a problematic concept, reliably producing correct solutions. Even now, wrote Abraham Robinson in 1966, there are many classical results in differential geometry which have never been established in any other way than through the use of infinitesimals. The assumption being that somehow the rigorous but less intuitive method would lead to the same result. In response to the situation, Robinson, thank you, Oren. Oren's like, infinitesimal is proven to be rigorous in the 70s. Excellent. That's, I think, what this paper's about. In response to the situation, Robinson developed his non-standard analysis, which proposed an axiomatization of infinitesimals themselves, at last granting mathematicians the right to use them in proofs. Using the theory of formal languages, he added to the ordinary theory of numbers a new symbol, which we can call I for infinitesimal, because that'll be just easier. Posited axioms saying that I was smaller than any finite number 1 over n, and not yet 0. Then he showed that this enriched theory of numbers is consistent, assuming the consistency of the ordinary theory of numbers. The resulting axiomatic model is described as non-standard, in that it contains, in addition to the standard finite and transfinite numbers, non-standard numbers, such as hyperreals and infinitesimals. In the non-standard model, there is a cluster of infinitesimals around every real number R, which Robinson, in a nod to Leibniz, termed a monad. Fucking of course he did. It's in the infinitesimal neighborhood of R. Transfinites and infinitesimals are two types of infinite number, which characterize degrees of infinity in different fashions. In effect, this means that contemporary mathematics has two distinct rigorous formulations of the calculus, that of Weierstrass and Cantor, who eliminated infinitesimals, and that of Robinson, who rehabilitated and legitimized them. Both these theoretical endeavors, however, had their genesis in the imposition of the notion of infinitesimals as a problematic concept, which in turn gave rise to differing but related axiomatizations. Deleuze's claim is that the ontology of mathematics is poorly understood if it does not take into account the specificity and irreducibility of problematics. I just fucking sometimes my brain just wants to, like, go play Dota, Brooks. Why are you doing this? Like, what's the point, Brooks? Just fucking go play Dota. Just Dota's waiting for you. It's fucking one click over. You're not going to get this.
No, games are so routine. But this is good stuff. This is like my dopamine gets firing when we
Good.
talk about non-standard analysis. Non-standard analysis, good. There's also smooth infinitesimal analysis as well, which is part of geometry.
So, the problematic, I'm just going to go back because I know he defines it nicely. I want to make sure. I want to just go back. This fucking paper is so long. I'm not going to read the whole thing in this fucking... It's in our server. Come join our server. Discord.gg/ggqc, and you can fucking find it. I'm not going to read, but I want to find the specific... the phrasing that he used because I liked it, and I want to bring it back up. God damn it. Maybe I can't find it. Maybe I'm just that useless. The question, what is, thus presupposes a particular way of thinking that points one in the direction of essence. For Plato, it was the question of essence, the only question capable of discovering the idea. Aristotle, in turn, defined dialectics as the art of posing problems as the subject of a syllogism. Well, analytics gives us the means of resolving the problem by leading the syllogism to its necessary conclusion. Deleuze's own dialectic, however, is indexed primarily on Kant's transcendental dialectic in The Critique of Pure Reason. Against Plato, Kant attempted to provide a purely immanent conception of ideas that exposed the illusion of assigning to ideas a transcendental object. The ideas of reason give rise to illusion and lead us to false problems, Kant argued. This is first of all because reason is the faculty of prosing problems in general. The object of the idea, since it lies outside of experience, can neither be given nor known, but must be represented in a problematic form, without being determined. This does not mean that ideas have no real object. More profoundly, it means that problems, as problems, are the real objects of ideas. This is the source of the link one finds in Deleuze's work between dialectics, problematics, and ideas. Dialectics is the science of problems, but problems themselves are ideas. Deleuze has often been characterized wrongly as an anti-dialectical thinker. It would be more accurate to say that Difference in Repetition is a book that proposes a new concept of dialectics, one that both is indebted to but breaks with the work of great dialectical thinkers such as Plato, Kant, and Hegel. This is where Deleuze's interest in mathematical problematics intervenes. It provides him with a model for this new conception of dialectics. If Plato found his model in Euclidean geometry, and contemporary philosophers tend to turn towards set theory and axiomatics, Deleuze has found his model for dialectical ideas in problematics and the history of the calculus. The discussion that follows is about this, the difference between problematics and axiomatics. So, the examples and differences. First example comes from the Greeks. Proclus, in his commentary of the first book of Euclid's Elements, has already formulated a distinction within Greek geometry between problems and theorems. Theorems concern the demonstration from axioms or postulates of the inherent properties belonging to a figure, whereas problems concern the actual construction of figures, usually using a straight edge and compass. From this view, determining a triangle, the sum of whose angles is 180 degrees, is theorematic, since the angles of every triangle will total 180 degrees. By contrast, constructing an equilateral triangle on a given finite straight line is problematic, since we could also construct a non-equilateral triangle or a non-triangular figure on the line. Moreover, the construction of an equilateral triangle must first pass through the construction of two circles. Classical geometers, that's a fucking cool word. Classical geometers I don't know if I've ever said that word in my life, struggled for centuries with three great, I don't ever think I want to be called a geometer. I think people would be upset if I called them that. The three great unresolved problems of antiquity. Are you a geometer, 61?
Oh yeah. No,
Yeah.
I honestly like I do this history of philosophy of math stuff.
Geometer.
And yeah, everyone's a
Fucking
geometer.
geometer.
But I just like this is a great. I've really actually I'm on the edge of my seat with this explanation here because I'm like,
Well,
oh,
fantastic.
well, I'm sensing like the birth of the mechanical. At the distinction between the Euclid and the Archimedes. Like the Euclid who's doing a kind of geometric axiology, and the Archimedes who's doing something else.
It's actually, I'm digging the shit out of this right now too. Even though I'm not grasping as much as I want to be, I'm digging. To continue, classical geometers struggled for centuries with the three great unresolved problems of antiquity: trisecting an angle, constructing a square equal to a circle, and constructing a cube having double the volume of a given cube. Although only in 1882 was it proved theorematically that none of these problems was solvable using only a straight edge and compass. I appreciate that. It feels like that's kind of a jokey line, but that's a fucking good line. It's a lighthearted moment, I guess. Did you see some guy fucking did the square circle finally? Did you see that shit? 61? It feels like a thing you'd fucking...
Square circle? No, I mean, is it Alexius Meinong?
No, someone had a computer like actually figure out how to literally cut a circle apart or a square apart and turn it into a circle perfectly of the same area and everything.
That sounds like a bad computer.
1 sec. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Shit. What would I even search for? Squared circle fucking brings up wrestling. Like, this is stupid.
I used to love, there was this thing in like an old programming language back in, I used DOS when I was a kid and programmed in QBasic or whatever. And there was something for like drawing circles. And I would like just have it, seed a bunch of random number generators and draw different circles in different spaces with different diameters, with different colors and stuff. And I just used to love doing that. But I mean, of course, it quantified them in a certain way, which would not be exact in terms of rigorous geometrical intuitional proofs or something. And that you'd be like, well, this isn't a circle. This is just, a bunch of like little boxes that are circle, approximating or something like that.
1 second. I'm going to find this goddamn thing. It's gonna piss me off if I don't find it because I saw this. Here it is. I'm gonna post it in here because it's. I think I'm probably just wrong, but I found this fascinating. It's probably some bullshit, but it seemed like it was real. So here you go. And I'll share it on screen because why the fuck not? Let's do that. We'll get you hidden. Drink me. So the story goes as a thing. Thank you. Full screen here. We'll get you. Boop, 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 boop. We'll zoom in a little bit. I find this fascinating. I dropped the link in the chat for anyone who's in the room with me. But I'll also, why not share fucking screen anyway. Three mathematicians show for the first time how to form a square with the same area as a circle by cutting them into interchangeable pieces that can be visualized. I found this fascinating. So, because this is that old thing. It's one of the great sort of challenges of old. And a lot of people tried to going about it, blah, blah, blah. This guy at Malacaster, these guys did it and they set it up. But there's a catch. Lichtenstein's proof is an existence proof, which mathematics call non-constructive. Proved it could be done, but he couldn't say how to reconstruct the pieces, nor could he describe them in any way, whereas the pieces are non-measurable, which means it's impossible to determine the area. The next space came years later, and it's kind of this long process of how these guys got to this point. And I found it fascinating. This thing, proof involves more pieces, around 10 to the 200th power. I kind of dig that. There's this huge paper you can go through, and I found it fascinating. So there you go, 61. That's a thing for you today. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you don't care. Maybe no one cares.
No, I'm looking at this article. It seems like there's the biggest controversy in mapping between circles and squares is how to account for this mysterious set of measure zero, which seems to be like gross and no one wants to look at it.
No one wants to even give it a shot. I appreciate that. I
like Quanta Magazine. They're a pretty good place to get stuff. It's good for this kind of thing.
Quanta's usually not, like, I try not to ever click on anything from social media, but Quanta, generally I'll click on, because they so far haven't been, like, they're on the edge of fun. They're not too dry, but they're never, I don't know, never garbage, I guess would be. There's so much garbage out there. So, to continue with this paper, this is why, wait, I need to put my screen back for you guys. Your screen, new PDF, boom, 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 better text. All right. But this is why theorematics and problematics involve two different conceptions of deduction. Now, let's make this a little bit larger for our friends on the tube. Yeah, I'm a professional streamer. I am not. If in theorematics, a deduction moves from axioms to theorems, in problematics, a deduction moves from problem to the ideal events that condition it and form the cases of solution that resolve it. In theorematics, for instance, a figure is defined statically in Platonic fashion in terms of its essence and its derived properties. Euclidean geometry defines the essence of the line in purely static terms that eliminate any reference to the curvilinear, a line which lies evenly with the points on itself. 1 second. I have to conceptualize that. Okay. Euclidean geometry defines the essence of a line in purely static terms that eliminate any reference to the curvilinear, a line which lies evenly with the points on itself. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Sorry, this is just a lot for my brain. Problematics, by contrast, found its classical expression in operative geometry of Archimedes, in which the straight line is characterized dynamically as the shortest distance between 2 points. Ah, okay. They should have opened with this fucking... okay. Euclidean geometry, which would be in this case, the theorematic version of things, defines the static terms of the line, a line which lies evenly with the points on itself. It's literally defined by its sort of... It's defined by the points. Am I right? Please, 61, anyone, jump in and help me not be stupid as fuck. Anyone?
I think, let me, I don't know. I think that it's pertaining to, I don't know, because I read Kant, but I think that it's pertaining to the principle, one of the principles of Kant, which is in the anticipation of perceptions, is that all principle, or the principle that in all phenomena, the real, that which is an object of sensation, has an intensive quantity, that has a degree, right? So, there's the point from like the intensification or the quantity, which is apprehended only as a unity, as in which the plurality can be represented and only approximate to the negation, which is zero, right? The term that Kant use is intensive quantity, right? You can see like the brightness of something, for example, right? And it's kind of like have a different, like, because at that time philosophers like Descartes and these kind of things, they use the axiomatic intuition in terms of extension, right? So So you have like
I'm actually going to interrupt.
like,
I have to interrupt because I do think you're in the right direction, but I'm so sorry. I'm maybe stupider than you think. I'm literally trying to just make sense of the line itself in this example and the difference between particularly the way the Euclidean goes about it versus the problematic version of it, where he says the theorematic, as he outlines here, eliminates reference to the curvilinear. Again, Euclidean, very particular, has to deal with basically parallel lines as a core postulate, and so the need for it to be, when we talk about a line, we can't talk about anything that isn't like sort of pre-existing within that setup. It's the nature of sort of the axiomatization of Euclidean geometry. This is how I'm understanding it. Please, someone correct me if I'm fucking dumb here. Entirely possible.
Right.
But, oh, hey, there you go. See?
Let me take a stab at this. So back then, when I say back then, I'm talking about classical Greece.
Excellent.
They wanted to have a very serious attempt to verify the size of the Earth. And obviously, people are aware of when, I can't remember his name, the guy from Egypt, took a stick in
Dug
Egypt
a hole,
and
put a stick in it.
and told one of his servants to go to Syria, measure the shadow, and on this day, you'll take the measurement and you'll return to me, and then we'll see what the length of the shadow is in comparison to the same size stick. And thus, in that kind of way, he calculated the size of the Earth. Now, the reason why it would have caused so much controversy at the time, set aside the cults that were worshiping the Helios and the sun god. The reason why it caused so much controversy was that they didn't know if the size of the sun was something to be significant in its being spherical, right? So if the sun was significantly large in comparison to the Earth, then the shadows would also sort of have a parallel effect to one another.
Mm-hmm.
And so when they talk when it talks about when you brought up the curvilinear notion of this geometry, it's speaking almost directly on whether or not a straight line is eternal in its straightness.
Whereas with Archimedes, a line is the shortest distance between 2 points that may exist on a curvilinear surface, a curved surface.
If Archimedes if Archimedes' theorem, right? So his placement of an axiom that is asserted forward, rather than a problem that is made static. If Archimedes was correct, then we would probably make interpretations that are much closer to isometric vision or perspective, which is easier for an artist to understand because those reconstructions can be made rather than for a geometer, I'm going to use that word, rather than a person who's trying to make measurements between things to interpret from nature.
Interesting.
Right. So what I'm getting at is that like they're basically asking themselves, look, it's a sanity check, right? Like are we seeing things that are projected three-dimensionally in straight lines, or is the distance between our eyes what causes our interpretation of how far things are when we go like extreme distances?
Well, and it's interesting because Euclid, and this is one of Euclid's postulates, the idea of a line which lies evenly with the points of itself. The way Euclid went about it versus Archimedes, and this feels like I'm bringing in Bergson and Simondon and like a whole bunch of other thinkers are like storming my brain as I'm thinking about this. But we have on the one end Archimedes, which would be more how you get a line, kind of, I guess. Like, how do you get a line? Well, you have 2 points and it's the shortest distance between them. It's kind of the same way that like, oh God, who is it who says the line, a circle is either the points. I want to say it's Bergson. I want to say it's Bergson, but it might not be.
Hume.
Is it Hume?
Hume, yeah.
It is Hume. You're right, because it's from our empiricism subjectivity reading. That's where that's why it's in the top of my brain. The circle is either a series of points equidistant from a central point. This would be like, I don't want to say Euclid's setup, but it's like that mentality. It's the theorematic, axiomatic base where this is what it is. Or a circle is a line, like 2 points, and you draw around, like just boop, and then that's how you get a circle. Now these two mentalities, one is the problematic, one would be the axiomatic. The axiomatic is putting the rules first and the setup of the rules, just because Archimedes, those aren't really rules of what a line is. A line isn't necessarily like defined like that. That's just how you get a line. A line is the shortest distance between 2 points, which is fascinating because this feels like, and I've read this paper seriously like a lot, and I've never come closer to understanding it right now. So I'm going to just say that at least feels like we're in the right direction. Because this is
the question.
Sorry, go ahead.
The question is that whether these geometrical conceptions have like a infinite divisibility of parts, right? That's the question.
No.
Yeah, so you're not wrong to bring up the monad, as in to say, do things converge to zero? Or is there some sort of interpretation that we have to make simply from the construct of our own theories, of our own axioms that we have to just simply adopt?
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of having trouble following y'all. Mm-hmm. Is this related to the operative analogy with Archimedes? Or maybe I'm just trying to tie it back to the paper. Maybe y'all could expand on.
So I'm actually kind of surprised that he used the phrase parallel in that notion, because if you're trying to make a measurement of a line, you would then choose something that is itself a definition of some linear space or curvature, and then see if you can just follow it through to the end, whatever that terminus is, right?
But
I mean, that would be the easiest thing to do.
But if a line has an infinite divisibility of parts and it's continue without stopping, without this, we will use the idea of unity of this figure in the first place, right? And it would be metaphysically, nothing.
Okay, but when you say metaphysically, remember that he's speaking on opportunity, right? So opportunity referring to from what is most convenient in recreating that analogy. So the analogy, I think the analogy is that we have some sort of like perfect line that is itself eternal, and we can thus measure against something that we propose is also itself a line. But
I think we're making a different play than that.
Okay.
I think we're talking about the ways in which these two forms or processes of defining things come to interplay, where we have on the one side the axiomatizing rules laid out to define a thing or the problematic version, which is how to make a line between 2 points. It's how to solve a problem versus defining. Yeah. So
I'm using the wrong word. I should have said operative rather than opportunity.
Yeah, fair. So it's the side of the problematic versus the axiomatic is kind of, and I'm starting to see a lot more in this of all of Deleuze. This feels like a thing that is core to everything that he ever wrote.
I have to admit that, I mean, a lot of these things, and this is written quite some time ago, and I'm very surprised how relative it is even still today. Like
it's amazing.
It makes me question whether or not I even know what a line is, because if you manipulate the space which a line must occupy, you would assume that it's probably not going to be
well, and this would be I think the difference between the way that the problematic or the axiomatic operates. And again, to go back to underneath this, we're trying, so for those who joined late, we're diving really deep specifically into what the fuck is a fucking axiomatic and why are you using it in Anti-Oedipus? That's kind of my rant at the beginning, because it's a very particular mathematical term, and to have it used in a social, political, ethnological, psychological like way is really odd. Most people, when they read the book, they take the axiomatic as being, oh, axiom is an early bird, blah blah. Like, but it's like, no, he's breaking much deeper, because within Capital, we're talking about everything being quantified, everything being broken down to its statistics, to static points on a graph, to the way things are set up. And he's saying, his argument is that within Capital, we don't have codes anymore. We don't have these kinds of things. Instead, we have axiomatics that build in this particular way, and they form us in this particular way. And he contrasts axiomatizing with problematizing, the axiomatic with the problematic. And this is kind of trying to bend back towards, why are we talking about the axiomatic at all? And it feels like, again, thank you, Ball, for jumping in. This really has helped me just an extraordinary amount, I think. Even though I may still say stupid things, I feel like I'm in a much better position to say the way that he's talking about the two ways we might talk about a straight line, which sounds like the silliest little nuance that there is actually it. I'm going to read the rest of this paragraph, and then we're going to re-continue this exactly, because it's not much longer, but I want to get through this. Here, the problem, how to construct a line between 2 points with its determinate conditions, has an infinite set of possible solutions, curves, loops, etc. The straight line is simply the case that constitutes the shortest solution. Similarly, in the theory of I don't know what the fuck that is, cone sections, whatever. The ellipse, hyperbola, parabola, straight lines and the point are all cases of the projection of a circle onto secant planes in relation to the apex of a cone. Yeah, they're conic sections. Thank you for the shitty scan. Conic sections. If Archimedean geometry, especially the Archimedes of On the Method, can be said to be an operative geometry, it is because it defines the line less as an essence than as a continuous operation or process of alignment, the circle as a continuous process of rounding, the square as a process of quadrature, and so on. In problematics, a figure is defined dynamically by its capacity to be affected. Oh God, this is fucking, yeah. That is, by the ideal accidents, sorry, ethics just hit me in the fucking side of the head. That is, by the ideal accidents and events that can befall the figure. Sectioning, cutting, projecting, folding, bending, stretching, reflecting, rotating, and so on. As a theorematic figure, which would be an axiomatizing figure, correct me if I'm wrong, a circle may indeed be an organic and fixed essence, but the morphological variations of the circle, figures that are lens-shaped, umbrella-form, indented, etc., form problematic figures that are, in Husserl's words, vague yet rigorous, essentially and not accidentally inexact. This is like, first off, it's both of the H's. It's Husserl and Hume, which is annoying as shit to have that in my brain because I'm not that great on either one.
I'm just glad I haven't had the Hume. I just have.
I'm just glad it doesn't. The third H, I would really not like being in here. If there's like, hey, let's throw a Hegel in too, it'd be like, cool. I'm just gonna have a stroke.
That would actually.
I know it would make you happy. I know it would make you excited and aroused in every way that exists.
We don't need Hegel. I always have to remind people, especially in Hegel spaces, that we don't need Hegel. We don't. We could. Hegel. We might be able to use Hegel, but we don't need Hegel. Like here, we can do philosophy of mathematics here without Hegel. You know, although what Hegel said is probably not the worst thing to look at, also. But
it is not the worst thing to look at.
At first, I was thrown off because the way that people talk about history of mathematics, as though there was like the Euclidean paradigm, and then now we have, you know, the non-Euclidean paradigm. And these are connected in certain ways. It was never entirely satisfying to me, especially because there were some unresolved issues having to do with axiomatics, particularly probably. And I think that Deleuze does the work, kind of the good Hegelian work of retrospective philosophy,
Actually,
kind of getting into
I
yeah.
kind of
Go
understand the
ahead.
hesitation because if you're willing to enter into Hegelian territory, that means essentially that you're going to you're going to present yourself with the question of whether you should build a pyramid. If you build the pyramid with perfect geometry, with great linearity towards the surfaces, that means you're going to need a hell of a lot of labor.
I mean, you missed earlier when we literally were saying this, that the shift when we move to a position where we have the new geometrical methods and the other paper we were talking about, the Summers Hall, literally references a wonderful book on just that and the shift in geometry. I want to make sure I get the author's name fucking right because I would feel terrible. I have the PDF somewhere, but I can't find an English one, so I'm trying to see if I can find it. 1 second. Sorry. I promise.
One of the things, I guess, that's like so maybe cliche is that, of course, like the labor is implicit in the Archimedean in a way it's not in the Euclidean. Right? I guess the method of exhaustion is a way of approaching geometry.
It's a different relation.
Right?
It's a different relation. So when we have the geometric method, then as they were talking and they were going through that one, I'm going to find that book. Where the fuck is it? There it is. Anne Curran, who did a wonderful book on specifically the shift towards a geometric, descriptive geometry instead of the other way. Like this shift, the way it changed is basically prior to that, and it maybe throughout all of history. An engineer would come along and go, I want to build this tower. I want to build a monument. I want to build a fucking aqueduct. And he would have the idea of how to do it, but he'd have to necessarily come at it almost in a problematic sense, actually, because he would have to talk about with each artisan. He'd have to go through and go like, well, what rocks do we have available? And the artisan would go, well, you can't do this, you can't do that, because he wouldn't know everything. And they'd kind of have to work it out. And so it'd be kind of a back and forth. And there is, to your point, a fuck ton of labor is needed, but it's also not really hierarchized in the same way. The shift changed when suddenly these traditional drawing languages that were used by carpenters shifted into this new language, and a new language specifically that one person put together. And that radical hierarchy, to just quote the page that I'm looking at, radical hierarchy of work between designer and executor. Thanks to the new language, the designer can enter into the most small details of execution, adopting an entirely prescriptive attitude. Whereas until then, he had to respect the conventions specific to trades, their traditional know-how, their particular languages. With descriptive geometry, a technical graphic language is developed which installs the power of synthesis, of coordination of the engineer on the building trades. This point, as Summers Hall says, we have the movement from an artisanal relation to the singularities of materials they work with the science of forms. With it, a movement from mutual education and practice to hierarchy. It's a really interesting move specifically that happens inside of this. That I think is really fascinating in this. And so when we're talking about how labor is distributed in it and how it works, it's that same thing. It's the again, to just go back to how they talk about capital, it's the freeing, the decoding of the sort of hardline codes. You're a blacksmith, you are an artisan, you're this, you're that, you are a carpenter, you are these things, and you are all of it. It decodes, it breaks those apart, it atomizes various elements of this, freeing the person, the desire underneath, from being sort of determined. However, at the same time, it pulls back the sort of nature of desire to being sort of held up and the profit being used for whatever it needs to be, instead to be sort of held for when it's needed as a thing by the capitalist primarily. And so this shift in how the interaction happens is why they're making the move and saying, instead of codes, instead of overcoding, instead of these traditional ways we've talked about how social situations work in capital, because money is literally like these smallest bits, and it is this quantifiable statistical element, and it is everything, and everything is it. suddenly everything's actually built by axiomatics in the same way that we're talking about Euclidean geometry here. It's really fucking interesting, actually, as I'm putting it together in my head.
Well, see, that's a little atypical, though, because I mean, to be built by seems to imply something operant rather
Well,
than
desire
just
is
descriptive.
Desire is operant.
Same in
Oh no,
discipline and
okay.
punishment.
Wait, hold on a second.
Sorry, I guess I'll finish my thought another time.
Themselves.
It's okay.
No, real quick. 61, go. Well, I'll get to everyone. Don't worry. I'll get to everyone. 61, jump back in.
It's too messy. Another time. It's like, well, I'll have to meditate on it.
Earlier,
because I just feel like there's
comment.
something at odds in this description having to do with the action in the past. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I am summarizing, oversimplifying, just mentioning. So, please, Marcellus, let's go with you.
Same with Michel Foucault, the idea about discipline and punishment, where you have this like arithmetic way of, or axiomatic way of looking at things in terms of discipline and punishment, rather than prone to other early reformists, which they tend to have a more humane way of doing discipline, doing punishment. Michel Foucault said, this is like this is a bullshit way, part of my language, to view that, right? It's about the microphysics, about the system of powers, right? The production of knowledge, right? That prone to these axiomatic or arithmetic. We rather view these kind of things as like more humane, or these kind of things. We view the idea of discipline and punishment in terms of like arithmetic or calculated, or measures.
And this is where, and it's again where Deleuze and Foucault, and they split kind of everywhere, which is always surprising to me. They were as close as friends as they were. For Foucault, it is I don't want to say conscious, but I'm going to say conscious, because that's kind of how he spoke of it, that it's much more something we're aware of, or that it's the process of the thing, and that's how we speak of it, blah, blah. For Deleuze, that we're talking about something within desire, that in desiring production itself, that in those moments of disjunction and consumption, which exist in Capital, the axiomatic comes in, and the axiomatic determines the way desire is able to connect and how it can operate. Because again, by being captured by Capital, before we're even formed, before our subjectivity exists, our subjectivity is created in these interactions of desire through the axiomatics, and there's a lot of them. Capital has a lot of these, and all of them are sort of forming us. And so this is far earlier, this is pre-subject types of axiomatics that Capital's putting in us, versus Foucault, who spoke of it, I think, a little bit more post-subject, or at least socially aware. Again, because he very much felt in the space that desire isn't a positive force, that it comes from a lack, which, again, doesn't work at all with Deleuze, and vice versa. That's why fucking Foucault said he hated AO and all that shit, so...
I can get why there would be a hang-up on the condition of operant. Well, sorry, I'm confusing my psychological terms here. On the verbiage of operativeness, right? So to be built is to be operated on, is to have is to be the object of action. But life itself actually builds itself. It's autonomous assembly. When you look at how the body rejuvenates its own capacity, it does so without central instruction, right? So we say we have a central nervous system, but it's only so far as to coordinate and bring together sensation, perception, and executive function. It is not to make demands upon the body on how the body should fulfill its role. So to make this, to bring this back to potentially bring this back to what the Greeks would have been saying, we recall the story of Prometheus, who brought fire to human beings. And for that fact, he was made
tied to a rock, having a crow eat his fucking liver for all eternity.
Yeah. So ask yourself, why the liver? We're familiar with the fact that the bird would peck at his liver and take a bite out of his liver, and then the next day it would grow back. Why is that the case? So the reason why I'm positing this problem is because there's an underlying theory that is very relevant here, namely that the liver is the only organ in the body that is able to rejuvenate itself totally from if you split it in half, it will grow back. If you take out a section but you keep feeding that section, it will grow back. It's the only it's the only organ in the human body that can do this. So if you take out a section of the heart, that's permanent damage that you're doing. It doesn't grow back. It just heals over. As in it encloses the space. So what I'm getting at is the operative the operative action of self-assembly.
There's a piece to this that I think matters a lot for Deleuze, and it's I would almost put it in the category of what we would call maybe in the vein of epigenetics these days, that what a thing is, like a body, for example, where are the lines? How are those things determined? Where is the edge? What do we consider it as? We now know that DNA isn't a blueprint for who I am. My DNA leading to whatever the fuck you're seeing in front of you, including like everything from shape of face to how much fat I have or muscle or hair or where it's at, all of this stuff isn't just like, oh, here's the program, it's in the DNA. It's the DNA, yes, but married with the environment and ingestion and everything around the body that it's producing. The same way that like nothing exists outside of that thing, and the breaking up of the two, where we say, oh, this is my body, that's my house, or that's where I grew up, whereas in reality it's all kind of the same thing. And where we've centered ourselves and chosen to do that, this is that last step of the syntheses that we're talking about, the early part of this, the early stages that give me the design, give me the conceptualization of how I see my body, how I see my brain, my soul, my eyes, my thoughts, my words, my understanding, my belief structure, my political parties, whatever. All of those things are downstream from the axiomatics and the interactions of desire. And the axiomatics, because they aren't problematic, they're instead theorematic, as we're going over here. They are placed in a space of, these are the things that a line is. These are the things a body is and a body can do. These are the things. This is the capabilities. This is it. And it's, again, issues with set theory across the board, all the same stuff, all the same logical fallacies, all the same problems, but it doesn't matter because it's axiomatized because of the nature of how capitalist representation works. Conversely, a problematic version would be one that is trying to discover what can a body do? What are we capable? What is the edges of my understanding of things? What are we pushing? And it comes in a different direction. That's how I would probably phrase as a response to that. And I see Eldoran joined us. I know it's early. I would love impact. I would love you to come in and shit on what I'm saying here, by the way, Eldoran, anytime. I know it's early for you, but you're free to do that at any moment. So I know it's early, but welcome. It's good to have you. If you're there, you don't have to be there. That's fine too.
Yeah, you
but
said
it's
that quite well.
Yeah, so it's this interesting interaction that we're talking about here specifically. I think is the part that, like, how those two types of conceiving of things. No, please add something after breakfast. Enjoy breakfast. Enjoy shower. Do your thing. I'm going to be doing this for a bit because I've got a lot to go through here. I want to read a little bit more, unless anyone wants to jump in and like go. I want to really push a little bit ahead. I want to go to his second example because it's something that's a little bit more contemporary. And I think will get us in a place that's closer to literally what they were talking about when they wrote the book, because it's an example from the years they were writing the book. So I'll leave it open for a second. If anyone wants to say anything, then we'll move and jump forward. Excellent. It didn't occur to me that the livers thing is because livers are the only thing that regenerates. And now that you say that, I feel stupid. The other day, my wife was like, I just realized Ash Ketchum's name in Pokemon is Ketch. It's one of those moments where I'm like, oh yeah, that's why they would make it the liver that regenerates. God damn it, Brooks. Do you have moments like that? I do. I have a lot of those moments. That was one of those. I was like, oh yeah, that's why they would fucking have the liver do that shit. But again, at the base, the question is the axiomatics, the nature of how an axiomatic structure creates the truths and the sets that follow from it. The way that it conditions the space of possibility or potential is, I think, the core of this. And it's the reason that we're kind of getting at the axiomatic versus the problematic and how capital works specifically. And again, it also, by doing the juxtaposition, it helps us give a thrust in a potential direction we may be able to push. So I'm going to jump into the second example that our friend Dave Smith gives. Not a friend, but whatever. I feel like a friend. For our second example, we will jump ahead 2 millennia. By the 17th century, the tension between problems and theorems, which was internal to Greek geometry, had shifted to a more general tension between geometry itself on the one hand and algebra and arithmetic on the other. Desargues' projective geometry, for instance, which was a qualitative and minor geometry centered on problems events, as developed most famously, really, in Desargues' draft project of an attempt to treat the events of the encounters of a cone and a plane. Not on my reading list. Was quickly opposed in favor of the analytic geometry of Fermat and Descartes, a quantitative and major geometry that translated geometric relations into arithmetic relations that could be expressed in algebraic equations, like Cartesian coordinates. I get that last part. Royal science, in other words, now entailed an arithmetization of geometry itself. As Deleuze writes, there is a correlation, Deleuze writes, between geometry and arithmetic, geometry and algebra that is constitutive of major science. Descartes was dismayed when he heard that Desargues' draft project treated conic sections without the use of algebra, since to him it did not seem possible to say anything about conics that could not more easily be expressed with algebra than without. As a result, Desargues' method were repudiated as dangerous and unsound, and his practices of perspective banned. The arithmetics, in the form of algebra, once again triumphed and brought about the arithmetic conversion of a problematic field. Interesting.
This all makes sense. This all tracks.
So far
100%.
it seems like it's making sense, yes, which is, I feel good when that happens. Like, this feels good so far. And again, I'm not going to go read the deeply exciting title of Draft Project of an Attempt to Treat the Events. It sounds like a Tim and Eric fucking movie sketch name. Like, Draft Project of an Attempt to Treat the Events and the Encounters of Conan a Plane. Oh, but no, the rest of it, I think, it's working out because Smith is giving particular examples of how this arithmetization happened, how theorematics, and also bringing in Deleuze and the royal science, which is important because, again, the state is kind of a big deal to this whole thing and how it sort of builds in that perception, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like when I read Hume, it's kind of like there's people who beg Hume to not publish his treatise about arithmetic, you know, and I think I remember the guy who begged him for not doing that, but like it's kind of funny, you know, it's kind of funny.
Yep.
Of course, the royal science, of course, the state is heavily involved in that. You can notice it even historically. historically speaking, you know?
Yeah, by the way, the root of the word statistics is the thing of states.
That seems like that's really coincidental. I'm going to actually, not that I don't trust you and love you, but I'm actually going to just double check that, because that seems like it sounds like something I'm just so inclined to believe it's probably not true. I don't know if that makes sense.
By all means, double check. But it was invented for that. The word was invented for that reason.
Holy fuck, it is.
There's also statics, though. Probably slightly separate.
It's the study of politically important facts and figures. Son of a bitch. Statistic is the German word for statesman or politician and their needs. Statistics is derived from Neo-Latin statisticum collegium, the council of the state. That's fascinating. Sorry, this is it. I like learning things.
Yes, this is actually getting into what's his name's book, Thinking Like a State. You know who I'm
James Scott.
Yeah, Scott.
James Scott.
James Scott. Yeah, but what's his? Yeah, you know who I'm talking.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Seeing Like a State. Okay, well, it's actually kind of embarrassing because I've actually emailed him about a correction for one of his books, and I can't even remember his name. But
James C. Scott.
Yeah, James C. Scott. Thank you very much. You've filled the void in my mind. James C. Scott, Seeing Like a State, where he describes that the initiation of the Prussian state model was when foresters would go out to the trees and then put pricks in them to count how many were growing each year, so that the monarchy or the dynasty would have a view of how many to fell, right? And that was that's basically like how things arose. That was the state of affairs on how this word and then the treatment of arithmetics into statistics.
Fascinating. It's the word statistic literally it's a German term for the needs of the state. It's a useful state things. It's German fucking words. Statistik. Shit like that. I find this fascinating. The description of a state. The statistic. It's interesting. All right.
And there's the Sachverhalt as like a state of affairs, of course.
And that fascinating. That's just wild.
Don't dwell on it, because the only reason that I would have
No, I'm going to end up rabbit holing later. I'll keep going for now, though. But for now, this makes sense as a discussion. We're going to keep going forward because we're talking about the triumph of theorematics. This triumph of theorematics can be said to have reached its greatest philosophical expression in Spinoza's Ethics, which assumes a purely theorematic or axiomatic form of argumentation and deduction. In Spinoza, Deleuze complains, the use of the geometric method involves no problems at all. Okay, one sec. I'm going to have to think about that for a second. Spinoza's Ethics, which assumes a purely theorematic or axiomatic form of argumentation and deduction. Yes, that makes sense. Spinoza, just because I have to say it, because there's people listening who may not know, and I want to make sure I'm stating it and I'm correct in what I'm saying. Spinoza's fucking entire project was this idea of his geometric methodology, that he could have this really extraordinary axiomatic, almost geometric way of describing and talking about the world, God, everything. And that was the whole point of ethics, effectively. Someone correct me.
That sounds right.
Okay. Generally, I think I am right, but it's one of those like, fucking, I don't know. Because all of this is like such an odd direction to take any of this stuff. All right, so Deleuze complains, the use of the geometric method involves no problems at all. Problems specifically is the quotes. Indeed, with regard to problematics, Deleuze suggests that, in fact, Descartes actually went further than Spinoza. That Descartes, the geometer, went further than Descartes, the philosopher. The Cartesian method, the search for the clear and distinct, is a method for solving problems. But the analytic procedure that Descartes presents in his geometry is focused on the constitution of problems as such. Cartesian coordinates appear nowhere in the geometry. The geometry does not move from axioms to theorems, but rather starts with a problem and analyzes it to find a solution. With the analytic method I use, Descartes wrote, everything falling under the geometer's consideration can be reduced to a single class of problem, namely that of looking for the value of the roots of a certain equation. Nonetheless, one sec, where's the end of that fucking quote? That has to be the end of the quote. With the analytic method I use, Descartes wrote, everything falling under the geometer's consideration can be reduced to a single class of problem, namely that of looking for the value of the roots of a certain equation. Okay, yes, okay. Nonetheless, one of the most significant innovations of Deleuze's reading of Spinoza is to have presented a problematic reading of the Ethics, which operates alongside and within Spinoza's explicit demonstrative apparatus. Rather than beginning with the axioms and following Spinoza's theoretic deductions, Deleuze starts his analysis in the middle, that is, with the problematic composition of finite modes and the affections that befall them, and undertakes a problematic deduction of the concept. Human modes of existence have affections, just as geometrical figures. Quote, the relation between mathematics and humanity, Deleuze writes in Logic Sense, may thus be conceived in a new way. The question is not that of quantifying or measuring human properties, but rather, on the one hand, that of problematizing human events, and, on the other, that of developing, as various human events, the conditions of a problem. One sec.
That's radical.
That is kind of radical. It makes me think that, like, oh, a baby is born, that means we have to have a new word invented in that language.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, actually. I mean, I would say that's what he's saying. Yeah, it's...
I read the Ethics 2 years ago, and I read it twice, you know? And the Logic of Sense is one of the best Deleuze, like, book, I guess. And one of the best, I think. Better than Anti-Oedipus, in my humble opinion, I think.
Everyone has their opinion. Yours is just wrong. No, I'm just sorry. I'm fucking sorry. This is being a dick. That's not true.
No.
It's not true. I love Logic of Sense too.
The naming thing, because I remember I looked back over this passage trying to find the name thing. Maybe I missed it or something.
So the whole point, it's not really a naming. So it sort of is in the sense of what he's kind of talking through. And I kind of want to read the Logic of Sense. One sec. I'm trying to get it to go back into the other. Why is this not letting me combine this into this? Fine. I'll just reopen it here. We'll get Logic of Sense open. All right. You guys should be able to see the screen and see specifically the section he's talking about. This is the series of the problematic, which makes sense, by the way. Like, could have guessed. The section here is very particular, and he's going to talk about Carroll. And I'm just going to read through this because it's Sylvie and Bruno, and also a little bit of Alice as well, mostly Sylvie and Bruno.
Oh, brilliant. We're reading Sylvie and Bruno and the other reading group. I'm reading the group on it, actually.
Such a fucking good book. This is the quote he uses, and I'm just going to continue. The relation between mathematics and man may thus be conceived in a new way. The question is not that of quantifying or measuring human properties, but rather, on the one hand, that of problematizing human events, and on the other, that of developing, as various human events, the conditions of a problem. The recreational mathematics of which Carroll dreamt offers this double aspect. The first appears precisely in a text entitled A Tangled Tale. This story is composed of knots. In each case, surround the singularities corresponding to a problem. Characters incarnate these singularities and are displaced or rearranged from one problem to another until they find each other again in the 10th knot, caught in the network of their kinship relations. The mouse is it, which used to refer either to consumable objects or to expressible senses, is now replaced by data, which refers sometimes to alimentary gifts and sometimes to givens or problem conditions. The second, more profound attempt appears in the dynamics of a particle. Which I always forget that Carroll wrote like really interesting science and math shit. Two lines might have been observed wending their way across a plane superficies. The elder of the two had, by long practice, acquired the art, so painful to young and impulsive loci, of lying evenly between his extreme points. But the younger, in her girlish impetuosity, was ever longing to diverge and become a hyperbola or some such romantic and boundless curve. Fate and the intervening superficies had hitherto kept them asunder. But this was no longer to be. A line had intersected them, making the two interior angles together less than the two right angles. We should not see in this passage a simple allegory or a manner of anthropomorphizing mathematics, nor should we see these tendencies in a celebrated passage from Sylvian Bruno. Quote, "Once a coincidence was taking a walk with an accident, they met an explanation." Fucking love Sylvian Bruno. I'm just going to read that again. "Once a coincidence was taking a walk with a little accident, and they met an explanation." When Carroll speaks of a parallelogram which longs for exterior angles and complains at not being able to be inscribed in a circle, or of a curve which suffers from sections and oblations that it has been forced to undergo, one must remember rather that psychological and moral characters are also made of pre-personal singularities, that their feelings, their pathos, are constituted in the vicinity of these singularities. Sensitive crisis points, turning points, boiling points, knots, and foyers, what Carroll calls plain anger or right anger, for example. Carroll's two lines evoke two resonating series, and their longings evoke, evoke distributions of singularity, merging and being redistributed in the current of a tangled tale. As Carroll said, plain superficiality is the character of a speech, in which any 2 points being taken, the speaker is found to lie wholly with regard to those 2 points. In The Dynamics of Particle, Carroll outlines a theory of series and of degrees or powers, of particles arranged in that series. LSD, a function of great value. Carroll.
Getting cheeky with it.
Fucking Carroll's always has so much. There's so much in so much of his writing that is like. I always have to recommend, if you haven't ever read the annotated Alice, specifically it's Alice in Wonderland Through Looking Glass, but annotated with shit all over. It's one of those things where it's like the number of references inside of that book is so fucking overwhelming and absolutely unknown to me in any other reading that knowing it changes wholly how I even regard the book in any way. It's really something special. But anyway, the point and the line here is the one from, to me at least, from Sylvian Bruno, and then it kind of works the rest of it back up. Once a coincidence was taking a walk with an accident, and they met an explanation. The explanation is the operative part here. It's the thing he's talking about in the tangled tale. The explanation is the mathematical, the quantifiable that comes after, but somehow becomes the thing that is now at the base. And this is, again, this weird way that the relations between mathematics and man has to be conceived in this new way. A question is not that of quantifying or measuring human properties, but rather, on the one hand, problematizing human events, and on the other, developing as various human events the conditions of a problem, which means not setting out sort of knowing what a line is, but instead asking how to make a line, or how to name a human, or what a human could be named, or any of the, like, literally all of those things being revisited anew as you go, rather than here's the arithmetic way of doing this. Just fascinating.
This is interesting. Kant was without a doubt the first to accept. Okay.
Sorry, should I go back?
Oh, go. No, yeah, I think. Oh, don't. Never mind.
Sorry, I was up here.
No.
I'm sorry, I'm scrolling and I'm kind of just reading as we're talking, so apologies.
No.
I mean,
No.
I'll be honest,
Don't be sorry.
I want to overlook like what the. I mean, I had a conversation a few years back about the geometric configuration of lysergic diethylamide and why that would produce a psychoaffective result. And I wasn't really able to converge onto anything real. I just settled on the fact that, oh yeah, it mimics some sort of neurotransmitter. That was basically it. And obviously, like the consequence of saying that, oh, the geometry is relevant is probably the important part. It's the axiom that I have to work with.
Right.
I'm still caught up on the this burden of the intellectual labor of mathematical practice. You know, supposedly this resolving of problems. Yeah, well, right. I mean, at some point, if you look at Archimedes' work, it's like it's going to come down to just like this raw process of putting one foot and step in front of the other. You know, this constructive ideal of proofs. Whereas for a Euclidean model of proofs, it could be reduced to kind of formalist ideal, like a formal spiel. You know,
Kind
where
of
you're
the
not even
difference between
directly
measuring-
involved.
Yeah, the difference between measuring and
It's
making
interesting.
sense. I mean, if you meter something, then that means that you assume that it is there's some sort of unity or unitary factor. But if you make a set, then you make the assumption that there's a pattern that repeats, either intrinsically or end by end.
All right, I'm moving a little bit further in the paper now. So we're going to pass out. We're just going to say I think we got a grasp of some historical examples as he's described them. Would everyone generally agree with that sort of at this point? Just be like, yeah, we totally, right? Sort of.
You're talking about the properties of people?
Just the historical examples of the theorematic and axiomatic versus problematic, the relation between them and the difference between them, the historical examples that he's been sort of using here. I think we've got a grasp of the examples, because what he wants to do is he wants to talk about, I'll just read, with these historical examples in hand, we can now make several summary points concerning the relation between the problematic and axiomatic poles of mathematics, or more broadly, the relation between minor and major science. First, according to Deleuze, mathematics is constantly producing notions that have an objectively problematic status. The role of axiomatics, or precursors, which I'm guessing they're making like a Euclid's postulate comment there, is to codify and solidify these problematic notions, providing them with a theorematic ground or rigorous foundation. That follows from the examples given and a couple of things people have said in the chat. So, right? Everyone good at that? I want to stop there. I'm just going to stop right there because there's going to be a lot said, I think, right here. Everyone following that?
Very
I
nice.
forgot about the chat.
That's okay. You got chat. We've also got YouTube, by the way, because this is where we live stream to record now. It saves me some effort. And people get to join because a lot of people just don't like being in here with me. Who blames them? To continue, axiomaticians, one might say, are the law and order types in mathematics. That's a very fucking loaded sentence there, Mr. Smith. Hilbert and de Broglie were as much politicians as scientists. They reestablished order. That's what it is. If you haven't read What is Philosophy, this is the section on science. That's a great phrase. It's a great way of putting it. And again, brings back the state, law and order, how law works, axiom, like it's tying all this stuff together nicely. I like it.
Right, yeah. And also the idea of law and order being this unconsciously, what I think is the quotes from Hilbert himself I've been reading in depth.
Yes.
He explicitly makes it to be an unconscious function of the formal, the form game.
That's actually,
crazy.
I think that's what they're discussing when they talk about that in What is Philosophy too. Like this is good. This is good shit. This is good shit. All right. To continue, in this sense, as Jean Dieudonne suggests, axiomatics is a foundational but secondary enterprise in mathematics, dependent for its very existence on problematics. It's a long quote, I think. In periods of expansion, when new notions are introduced, this is, by the way, I'm just going to say up front, I get the feeling we're about to be talking about capital too. But right now, we'll just stick with science. In periods of expansion, when new notions are introduced, it is often very difficult to exactly delimit the conditions of their deployment. One must admit that one can only reasonably do so once one has acquired a rather long practice in these notions, which necessitates a more or less extended period of cultivation, défrichement. Défrichement? That's a fucking good word. One sec, sorry, I'm learning French, and that's the way, this is what my brain does now. A really interesting sounding word. I want to just get at it.
It sounds like something you would do to cream or something.
Yeah, that's every French word.
That's every French word. It's a clearing means to clear.
Oh, is it the lichting? Is this like the Heidegger? Is this not? No, it couldn't be.
Clearing, reclaiming, but it's clearing like liquidating is another of the words. Éclaircissement, première étude, le défrichement d'un sujet à deux. The way that you sort of might say is like you clearing specifically would be like you might clear a path for everyone to move forward. I don't know if that makes sense. Défrichement is that, it's that kind of clearing. It's a very particular usage from what I'm seeing. So it's emptying your mind so you can understand something new. Clearing the way. This is
letting a field go fallow, so it can be better. Seeded, and thus sowed at some point.
Yeah, it's plowing the field and prepping it for the new. It's a specific type of clearing, défrichement, and the phrasing that's used here is a period of cultivation. So this thing
is
that
a weird one because I even had to look it up myself, and I'm seeing that it's German inside a Latinized conjugation, Latinized inflection of the word.
Really?
That's so strange. So that means I assume that if it's if that's the case, then it probably originated from the Frankish German, the Silesian German, Silesian Frankish, where they were still sort of entering into Roman territory.
Well, you might say during a period of défrichement.
Défrichement, yeah, thank you.
Because it's this odd period specifically when they use the term cultivation in this, and I kind of like that he's using that because I think that's part of the connotation. It's not just simply clearing; it's clearing and preparing kind of thing. Because what he's talking about here specifically, reclamation, as someone else says, reclamation kind of thing. So when we talk about, to just re-say, in periods of expansion, we have new ideas, some new fucking theory, some new mathematical shit shows up. It's difficult to delimit the conditions of their deployment. You don't really know the shape of the thing or how to use it or what to do with it. This is, I would say this is fucking any science or concept. We have, like, you don't really know what to do with the thing. And it's difficult to delimit the conditions of their deployment. You have to admit, you can only really do that once you've acquired a long practice in that notion, which necessitates a more or less extended period of défrichement, of cultivation, of like this time of allowing it to percolate, you might say, during which incertitude and controversy will dominate. Once the heroic age of pioneers passes, the following generation can codify their work. I liked this. Who the fuck is this? Jean Dieudonne? I'm going to fucking download everything you've written. This is really good.
In one's life.
Say what?
I said there's only so much time in one's life.
Yeah. I'll be buried in my books.
Yeah, well, you take it easy because I can see the bags under your eyes.
No, I have 2 kids.
Trust me, Brooke.
He's crazy how many books you can read eventually. But go ahead.
He's like the Hegelian concept of tearing with the negative. He's Arbeit. Yeah, Brooks Arbeiter.
Something like that.
You know?
Something like that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're on one side of the question, you know.
No,
you're working on a problematic.
These bags were earned by me having mac and cheese and being lactose intolerant. That's what my night was with my 6-year-old. It's the way it works. Welcome to being a parent. Welcome to life and being old. But I really, really like the phrasing of this. I'm going to start again from once the heroic age. It's such a great phrasing of what we've been talking about. Once the heroic age of pioneers passes, the following generation can then codify their work, getting rid of the superfluous, solidifying the bases, in short, putting the house in order. At this moment, the axiomatic method reigns anew until the next overturning. This is cultivation, and overturning is very particular usage. It's really particular wording, and I like that he's doing that. The next overturning. See, the phrasing of this is agrarian. Like this is a farming, like not allegory or analogy, but poetry, almost prose. Because what happens is we have kind of, and again, I'm just going to fucking relate it back to goddamn labor and capital. But new shit happens. We don't really know what the fuck it's capable of, but everyone's really, really excited. Lots of controversy, lots of attempts, lots of pushing forward, all that fun stuff. The pioneers do their thing. And then the next generation codifies. They add the axiomatic that is able to trap and handle whatever the fuck was in that problematic by shaving off all the different bits, getting rid of superfluous, solidifying the bases, putting the house in order. At this moment, the axiomatic reigns anew until the next overturning brings a new idea. This is actually this is the phrasing D&G use for capitalism. This is literally that same phrasing.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that, even before, I mean, I'm going to bring up his name again. Even before Hegel's, there seemed to be like a dialectic that was forming spontaneously in an era that was. I mean, I think you put it best. It's manipulation of the human domain through simply speaking words.
This dude has written a lot of books. I just like the titles. Here's a book he wrote. You ready? Mathematics, the Music of Reason. That's just a cool fucking title. I don't even give a shit. Like, I'm not going to read it. That's a fucking good title of a book. No?
Yeah, I would read it.
I mean, that's a fucking
title.
That's just a fucking great title.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
who
good.
writes
Wait,
that?
what is this guy's name again? Now I'm interested. It's
I'm gonna. Don't worry. I'm gonna be getting you copies. Don't worry. You're about to get a bunch of PDFs in the chat. treatise on analysis, foundations, and modern analysis, which I think is where this is from. But I'm also going to grab History of Algebraic Geometry. His other book, History of Algebraic and Differential Topology, from 1900 to 1960, A History of Functional Analysis. This is what he did.
I like
this
how
is,
these are all like math books, but with history before the name.
It's philosophy of science of math. It's philosophy of science of math almost. It's really a panorama of pure mathematics. All right, that's going to be it. We'll just get 5, and we'll just do what we can. Boop, 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 boop.
All right, be careful with your sleep, though.
Fuck that. Oh, these are all data. These are all shit formats. I'll have to look for the others. Crap. One sec. I'm going to have to do a conversion. Come on. Yeah, I'll deal with it in a minute.
It would be fun and not altogether different in its aims and direction as philosophy is generally, to do a kind of history of math project or group or something like that. The opportunity is always there, but
it's one of those things that I know we have enough people. We had enough people request that we start a math and logic section in reading. So there's kind of this ongoing bubbling up. It came from, like, I was arguing with people. I keep yelling at everyone that we need to maybe do classes on symbolic logic. Like, just as a thing. It just should be like, I feel like there needs to be a YouTube series that's just, here is how fucking symbolic logic works. Use this, please, dear God. This is how logic works, kind of thing. And it kind of spiraled from there, where it's like, why don't we have deeper math stuff? I'm not alone in the fuck, I wish I had, like, I loved math when I was younger. High school was not a fun experience for me, and then no college. And I stepped away, and stepping away puts you in a position of not being able to go back. And there's no reason for that, but it's just sort of the way things are set up generally. I'd love to change that in the server for sure.
Yeah, no, I didn't have any institutional mathematical background. I'm just kind of getting more and more into it through philosophy. And just the various interconnections between philosophy and mathematics are always the most interesting to me for some bizarre reason that I can't fully explain yet.
I think it's improper for them to teach mathematics purely through equations, and that they should do so through, like, like language, equation, counting, and, there should be like a multi-pronged approach to something that's concrete.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right, I'm going to finish the paragraph because there's another great line that literally I kind of didn't realize I was jumping ahead when I was like, this is just about capital. Oh, it's Nicholas Bourbaki, who D&G quote, puts the point even more strongly, noting that the axiomatic method is nothing but the Taylor system, the scientific management of mathematics. Taylor system was the scientific management of industrial production. So Marx would be like, he'd point and go, that's what I wrote about, that guy, that fucking guy, the Taylor system. So Bourbaki is saying, no, the axiomatic method is just the Taylor system.
Bourbaki is like a group of people publishing under one name too, right?
Nicholas Bourbaki, really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It's a famous thing. There's like this conspiracy. They a bunch of people all got together, like, let's just pretend we're just like one giant super mathematician.
A collective pseudonym of a group of mathematicians, fucking from, of course, a French alumni of École Normale Supérieure, of course. The Bourbaki group. This is fucking crazy. I've really been talking about him. Wow. Well, them, I guess.
The Bourbaki history of
mathematics. I guess now it's a pronoun thing. Now it is a pronoun thing because I've been saying him, but it is definitely them.
That's why the way you said it, I was just like, wait a second. I'm not sure if Brooks knows about this.
I don't. God damn it. I'm Googling it. Everyone's like, every article is like the greatest mathematician that never lived. God damn it. I feel like it's one of those things. I just don't Google everything, and I should just Google everything. Well, maybe not. But still. Deleuze adopted a similar historical thesis, noting that the push towards axiomatics at the end of the 19th century arose at the same time that Taylorism arose in capitalism. Axiomatics does for mathematics what Taylorism does for work, for labor. Yes. Taylorism's fascinating, by the way, but 100% this is what we're talking about. I love this. I get this. This is killer. Everyone good? Keep going.
Before you hit the next paragraph, I also took a look at, what is it, bouleversement, and apparently it means ball and then verse as in to turn over. And I'm reminded of the word, I'm reminded of the word problem off the bat, but that's just me as a linguist.
The next overturning. Yeah, actually, interesting. Interesting. Because it's so bouleversement has connotations emotionally of a shakeup, like upheaval is definitely a phrase for it, but upheaval can be the overturning can be, oh, I'm churning the dirt. I'm churning overturning the dirt a little bit, but think about it from the position of like the ants kind of thing, because it's the upsetting. It's a shock to the system, the bouleversement, at least as far as I can tell. And it's usually associated with something like, I would say, revolutionary. It'd be in that. It'd be like a big change, an upheaval of social or mathematical, or it's like a big sea change. Followed by a period of cultivation and then collapsing into axiomatics. And so basically, I'm now seeing a very clean line towards this writing that they're referencing here, directly into their work in AO, followed by ATP, where they're like, oh, actually, what's happening and how axiomatizing works inside of mathematics, this is how it happens to desire as well. And it happens for much of the same reasons, because of the nature of singularities or singular points of quanta. And this is why they have to do it in mathematics, because there's a lot of shit in math. You can't just go, oh, here's a new idea. It's like, here's a new idea. Fuck. What do we do with that? like we were just talking earlier, actually, it comes to mind the guys who squared the circle or circled the square, one of those two, whichever phrasing it was.
I have no idea why it takes like what, two, to the power of 22 sections. I have no idea why that would be necessary to fit a square into a circle.
I think it's fascinating. Did you see the article I linked?
I only glanced at it. Yeah,
it's really interesting, but to 61's point, and it was spot on. I was like, oh, this is a very controversial thing. And it's like, yeah, this is the thing these guys claim. Now, whether or not they've done it is almost irrelevant. They've done a thing that's caused this. And so this sort of odd play that's happening now is everyone fighting over what the fuck that means and what the edges of the reality of this are. And at some point, in some way, it's going to be axiomatized. The house will be put in order and be ready for the next upheaval. And that setup feels like a thing I'm really familiar with, which is interesting.
The next generation.
I with problems with any sort of sea change. I've been just to visit. Maybe I'm fortunate to have worked in some of the things I've done. I've worked in virtual reality, building games and building experiences. I was literally at the cutting edge in the way of like, I was one of the first people to use a VR headset inside of a motion capture stage. I actually think I was actually the first person to do that in the world. I built a VR thing that Sundance and Tribeca called the future of virtual reality. This was during a time when everything we did was controversial, weird, fighting amongst each other, no setup. Over time, as this thing exploded, it was, people called it the Wild West. They called us, like, we were very much in this sort of odd pioneer space. We very much were. People were doing weird shit. It wasn't really about capital. It was anything in order to find out how to make capital. How do you make money? What are the rules about it? How does it go? And at some point, the reality of it, the axiomatizing of these things, captured, pulled back, and we have the virtual reality industry we do now. It's really kind of an interesting thing to sort of think through the process of this and how now what it means to build a VR project is locked. I would say the same thing as social media. Great example of this. When social media first started, it wasn't what we call social media now. What we call social media now has rules around it. It didn't have that. The internet was a very different, weird beast because there wasn't kind of one website or 10 websites. There were a fuck ton of them. And the idea of aggregating them was just impossible. How is that going to work? What does it mean to share with my friends? MySpace was new. Twitter was like, we didn't know what these things were, what the edges of them were, how they were set up, what we could use them for, where capital could come in, and everything flooded the space. One of the first things I ever saw in Yelp, and most people in America use Yelp, Yelp's less elsewhere, but like I was in San Francisco at the time, and the first 3 things on Yelp, I was one of the early downloader of it. A friend of mine was working on it. There was the Basil place, Basil Thai place across the street from where I lived. Basil Thai is the best Thai in San Francisco, just letting you know. And then like 2 blocks down was the Manhole is on Folsom Street, which is a kink street of leather bars and BDSM clubs, that had a 3-star review for their scat tub. That is not a thing that's on Yelp anymore, to say the least, at all. During this early period, no one knew what it actually meant to be doing social media or to be building any of this. Facebook was a thing. It was going to be big, probably, but what was it? What are the edges? How do you define it? What are the rules of it? Wasn't known. It really wasn't. And
Question.
Yeah. Sorry for the ramble. It's just really interesting.
There was a person who said to me that they didn't like Yanis Varoufakis' phrasing of techno-feudalism. Do you think that it's actually applicable, as in like, you know, and this person was aware of like the concepts of territorialization of a domain space, but do you think it's applicable to say that, yeah, it's basically just feudalism with, it's basically feudalism of a digital space where the reality is still capital dominated?
There's a couple issues I have with it. The first is, over the last year, I've learned that feudalism actually never really existed, which was a weird thing. So what does it mean? Like, are we gesturing at? And I tend to like, you know, I like his writings as a general thing. He is someone who's, I would say, on the friendly side to the liberal capital order. He's a critic, but he's one of those they love to have around kind of thing. Like he goes to fucking Davos and talks. Like, you don't invite Marx to go to fucking Davos, right? So the idea of like techno-feudalism and how these people run, it's not the setup. Technology as a thing exists only to, and this is where I go with Anti-Oedipus is probably one of the, maybe the book that changed my view on this. For a long time, I had a view that the people who were the proletariat were working class. And I defined working class as, you know, service industry would be included, but people who did labor. I didn't include the engineers who built software or the guys who built and designed robots that took others' jobs that felt like they were bougie and out of that. But there's a fair question. Are they being paid? Are they being exploited? Are the engineers and the people who build these technologies being exploited by the capitalist class? The answer is 100% fucking yes. The guys who literally built Uber, probably most of them were Indian outsourcers. Like the actual people who coded and built it. The on the top capitalist who was able to give some line of, hey, I just mostly want to just cut out taxis and I want to just fuck labor completely, which really is the original pitch. And they were very upfront about it. That idea isn't techno-feudalism. That's because the people who originally did this, they weren't tech people. They were fucking hedge funds. They were huge capital groups who went, hey, we need to start cutting into these businesses. Here's a place that we can cut into, and they do it in the same way they've always done it. Spend a ton of money to undercut any businesses that exist in a sector, allow them to be destroyed, become monopolistic, and do their thing. Is technology and are the people in Silicon Valley the thing doing that? I don't believe so. There are people who are like that, probably, but are those the people who are like central to it? I don't believe so. I believe it is the hedge funds and the investment firms and the capital groups who are not only seeking out and investing in hundreds of projects, and they do. They're literally shooting like a shotgun with all the money they have. At least they did for a very long time. And when one is successful, they then overfund that one. And they drive it. They drive everything else into the ground that's a competitor. Uber and Lyft have been doing this back and forth. They've been just hemorrhaging cash, but they don't care because ultimately their goal is to become the monopoly of that. And one's going to buy the other, and they're happy to do that. And they talk about this kind of stuff at their levels.
You're describing feudalism. Right there, that's, to me, that sounds exactly what feudalism is.
Can I intervene?
Please.
Just for a second? Because I want to defend Varoufakis a bit, because his point is exactly what you're saying, Brooks. He's not saying that technology is, that which creates feudalism. His point is exactly that the feudalism aspect, these hedge funds, appropriate even the engineers away from the productive, like old Marxian notion of producing into managing of spaces, right? Of markets. That's why his famous example is Amazon, like, because it itself appropriates the engineers who are productive into basically, creating this sort of common space that from which, Bezos and these rich folks can skim. Same as, just by the right of owning that
right.
space, right?
But so there's the other half of this, though, and it's where I have the issue with saying that it's this techno-feudalism. We're in a very unique place to be talking about it because all of these guys who are doing this are only companies that have existed since 2009. So it's like 15 years. That's 15 years at the most. Amazon's kind of been going for before that, but not as Amazon as we know it, not until 2005 to 2010 when they really began pushing Prime and changing what their business model was. Again, becoming a thing that we now know as Amazon. Facebook didn't do a thing and wasn't really a thing except for places like, again, the question I would have would be, if there is this sort of intention of becoming these public spaces, then why are they all on the verge of collapsing as a thing? Like this is where because they are, like, Facebook is ending, X is over, YouTube is maybe got a thing. They don't really know what they're going to do with it. Streaming services as a thing are dying as a totality. There's not a lot of the actual setup. Uber, for example, which I've just mentioned, they've been spending like a demon, but they're not going to be able to sustain because the actual costs and the setup to run everything for them to take it, people aren't going to be able to afford. They can't even afford the rides now. So they already know this, and the internal reports from them that have leaked.
Varoufakis also acknowledges that. For him, he states, and I'm not the biggest Varoufakis fan. I'm just
I'm not saying I don't like him at all.
Yeah,
I do like him.
But his point is that these sort of tension, of course, things are going to fail, and like techno-feudalism isn't incredibly successful now. But he stated there is still a struggle between the old mode of capitalist way of production and the sort of this new, and for him techno-feudalism is nothing but a new sort of logic, right? It's a techno-feudalist logic, right? The way in which finance is organized, because he's an economist, like he's writing a book on that. So for him, it's important, and whether we agree or disagree, right? Techno-feudalism might fail, and he's perfectly fine with that. But there is a push towards this logic, which he calls the new logic of of this enclosure of places, of virtual places. And one of the like clearest example, like for example, is where he's really clear is that if we analyze it in this regard, we can understand why, you know, Europe fell off to an extent, right? And there is a sort of a clear dominance of China and the US, because it's this fight against the dominance within this new, what he calls like almost a new industrial revolution.
Yeah,
right?
but
Because
to
Europe,
me, when I hear that, I think that it's basically just an equation where you're setting up how many satellites we can send into the near Earth orbit or far Earth orbit, you know, in geostationary orbit, what have you. How many, you know, it's an equation where you're setting up how many satellites can we get up spontaneously in some variable year, 1 year from now, 5 years from now. And yeah, it's sure that there are very few single European polities that can themselves independently produce.
no, not only that, but Europe completely missed out on the development of Silicon Valley. Like nothing like that is happening in Europe, and he's right about it. Like Europe was still like at least like, you know, if you want to look at the dominant like European countries, like they're still stuck in this old mode of production. And for Varoufakis, that's like, he's not criticizing it like that they should, right? But if you want to look at the sort of the economics reality, that's one of the reasons of the Europe's sort of downfall. And this is one of the reasons.
I don't think that's a bad thing, right? So just to not to interrupt you too far, but say that oh yeah, this is feudalism, and we have like traveling masons, you know, Freemasons essentially, who are going around different polities and trying to provide their services on how fast or how cheaply they can build a castle, right? And you have a person who has inherited their land from their birthright, and he goes to them, and because he's able to engage realistically with the market economy and has himself a large amount of funds, I just want
to pull back because I may have misstated my critique on my issue. I would ask how anything we've talked about is not just the same shit. Why call it techno-feudalism versus just the normal operating procedure of the last 150-ish years? How is technology in this sense different?
I think he's saying that we are no longer, or sorry, I think he's saying, by saying that it's feudalism, I think he's trying to introduce that, yeah, it's domination of space, vacuum of space as a domain.
But then industrial feudalism would be what we saw with the Ford era, for example, in the early 1900s. No, but he
explicitly critiques the Ford era, because Ford era is explicitly about production, right? About the relations of the production and the sort of the surplus value that happens, sort of like this old Marxian, like he reads it that way, right? But this sort of with what he calls techno-feudalism, and not everything is techno-feudalism. He's really focusing on, you know, Amazon and these huge, like hugest companies like Elon Musk, who's not so much a producer as so much as he's, you know, his big thing is like AI, right? Like
but it's not.
Of course, that's not where he gets his money from, because, you know, most of his money is subsidies from the US,
from the state.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah. But his sort of
well, I mean, it's sort of. It's he again. This is where again I don't.
Does that make him a Freemason? Does that make him a castle builder?
Well, so the majority of Elon Musk's company's money comes from that. His money comes from hype and financial investments into his companies through the stock he owns, and then taking loans against that.
Yeah, but based on the promises he makes, not as a producer a la Ford, but as, you know, a guy who can rent autonomous vehicle, right? Like it's about licensing, ultimately, right?
It's about he equated it to the landlord, right? The idea, the concept in feudal times. He equated it to the idea of like owning a social network, or like some, you know, like Amazon or like Twitter. You have like this kind of like, you enter the space, and you know, Elon Musk in Twitter allow you what you see, what you desire, what you like. He's kind of the authoritative figure who allow you what you see or what ads you see or what
Yeah.
things that you desire. Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
And like let's be honest, like most of money from Amazon doesn't come from Amazon, the website. It comes from their hosting, right?
Hosting a marketplace, yeah.
No, not even that, but
Or
like
you're talking about web services.
web services, yeah. Like it's
Okay,
80% of their revenue comes from that, right? How is that not feudalism? Like it's basically.
I think it will definitely have an answer to whether or not it's feudalism when Bezos has passed on from this earth, and how all of this wealth is either inherited or passed down, or how it's managed in that manner. Like, is it still coherent to what I will Bunny? I'm going to use Bunny phrases here. His bloodline.
Oh yeah, I mean, and of course, it's not simply about like there's still the old capital that's here, and there are tensions, right? It's not uniform, but what Varoufakis rightly or wrongly is doing is analyzing these new sort of logic that is popping up. That's not universal, but it's a new sort of economic power.
So just to mention, Amazon's primary source of income is the marketplace by a decent margin. In 2024, 3-month period, they did 90 billion in net sales in North America alone, 32 billion internationally. AWS globally was only 26 billion.
All right, then something changed since, or I just remember it wrongly. I'm sorry.
No, the people have had, so it's a very specific, we have to be very specific because it's really interesting. I know what you're getting at, I think, because there's Amazon talks about their shit in a lot of ways, and people critique Amazon in a lot of ways. The way that they make their money is like they have very stable sort of ongoing rentier activities when it comes to AWS, because they basically own the vast majority of infrastructure in the world. There's like Amazon, Google is sort of close, and Azure is hilariously behind. Outside of a Chinese company or two, they're the kings. Profitability wise, it's destructively more. So when you're talking about like how much they make versus how much they spend or what it costs, it's absolutely a biggest profit center in terms of net versus gross. Which I think tends to be how people talk about it. But very often, by the way, there are entire years where AWS has like completely been the closest they came in like Europe. I want to say in Europe, actually, there are times where, because and again, it may be just in Europe this is the case. North America is a fucking weird beast. The US is a weird thing. But in Europe, there's been times where the international Amazon marketplace took a fucking loss. Like, I'm talking about like in 2023, I think the entire net market was a loss for Amazon internationally. And with AWS, they made like $17 billion. So I think some of those times, I think maybe where the stat you're getting that from. So you're not wrong. I'm just contextualizing. Sorry.
But the point for
the logistics for the pandemic would have been relevant there, just to give a footnote.
It's interesting. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Alderon, go for it.
So, and the point for Varoufakis, I'm not defending it, but his point is that Amazon's power is in that it controls this marketplace, both like the server thingy, like the hosting thingy, and the Amazon marketplace as the the storefront. And this, for him, it's both terrifying, but also amazing, because if the people just rose up and fucking killed Bezos and took it for themselves, they have an amazing technology at their hand that they can just abuse for themselves, right?
Well, yeah, but so again, we get to my issue at the base of this is the same, and maybe I'm just probably harping on Marx too much, whatever. But to me, it's again, where is the exploitation coming from, and where is capital being realized? And to me, tech as a thing, and it's AWS, Amazon, all of that, they're platforms. Platform capitalism, interesting idea to go with. It's close to what Giannis is talking about, and I think a better version of it if we're going that direction. But in the specific case of tech in general, it's all the same. It's about where they're able to find and exploit workers the most. And we don't understand or see the vast majority of this, but there's an extraordinary amount of it. Facebook, as an example, all of its moderation is done in what we would probably call third world countries, or in horrifying conditions with people making less than $1 per day, like insane, silly amounts of no money, having to see the horrifying things that Facebook has decided isn't worth it being online. And given that the other day I was on there and I saw a guy fucking jump off a building and hit the ground out of nowhere, and this happened on X too, like filters are falling apart. I can't imagine what's being stopped, but all of the work that goes into that, all the work we're putting into it, this is where they find their exploitation. This is where they generate their profit. Amazon makes money on its marketplace, not really from its own sales. Exploiting its own workers? Absolutely. Exploiting the workers of the Amazon warehouse? Very much. But it's actually reliant primarily on third-party sellers who then use them, and they take 30 to 40 to 70% of their sales, depending on how much you use Amazon, where you're set up, how you do it. It's a horrifying thing. But now you have all of these parts of the chain that are just being exploited the same way that Ford did when he had workers and people in company stores and people on site trying to build his quadricycle and then building the machinery for him that he then fucked those companies in the same exact way. It's a repeat with better technology, very much, and a less visible exploited working class, but still there. And I still have not. And it's one, again, I like Giannis, and I'm glad the work he's doing because he's generally anti-capitalist. So I don't want to shit on his work. That's not my goal here. I'm just trying to understand how we've made a shift.
I don't think I don't think what you say contradicts much of what he's doing.
No, I don't think I'm contradicting. It's a very nuanced difference. And I don't think the work he's doing would be contradicted. I'm not trying to contradict him. Because again, generally...
But I'm not sure that I understand the difference. Because he would just agree with you. He was like, yeah, and...
Yeah, but my question would be why...
Verbiage.
It's why are we talking about techno-feudalism instead of just capitalism?
Right, why specify feudal relations?
Because he's trying to understand the relations not of the productions directly, right? He's trying to understand the relations of the organization of the surplus value. Like for him, because like the production stays production, right? But he's understanding why have we moved from the Fordist thing, like into this, and why is there this sort of huge push, like, and a successful push, like Silicon Valley push towards this sort of digital, like control of the digital space. That's what he's interested in.
Well, talking about control of digital space, I can say for a fact that there are a lot of people who would rather take a dip in the scat tub than load up Twitter.
Yeah,
well, no.
But you know, those same people will go on TikTok.
Well, and this is again this would then be, to me, a conversation about the culture and the way that culture and the arts and these kinds of things, because the digital space I don't really separate in the same way as a lot of people. Maybe I don't know why, but like the when we're talking about like specifically in this, it's talking about entertainment, like just as a thing, television. Video games, film, music, name a thing. All of these have ultimately been co-opted by platforms and technology that aren't doing anything new. What they're doing is obfuscating the original relations that were actually very often, even in America, made totally illegal. An example would be hotels. It's a great thing you can look into, really interesting. Most luxury hotels in the world use one piece of software to set their rates algorithmically. And this would be techno-feudalism. This is a lock-in. All of these hotels are happy to do it. Now, why are they happy? It's because back in the day, if they all got together and said, I agree, we won't set anything below this price, they would be even in America, that's how fucked up it is. Like they'd be fined and completely fucked. But because they have this lie that technology is not the same thing as the shit we have in the real world, and they get to pretend it's something new, which is what they do, they go, oh, look, it's not that, it's algorithmic. We're not actually colluding because we don't talk to each other. We have a machine that talks to each other for us. And they're getting away with it because of that. Crypto is a great example of this. Straight up, by the book Ponzi schemes across the board. There's just an extraordinary number. There were real people trying to do good work across it. It's not everyone. I'm not trying to totalize, but like they were just Ponzi schemes. Just because they're technology doesn't mean that they don't have laws. They used weird words for things to try to pretend like they weren't, and it confused people for a while and it tricked a lot of people. But that technology, like the internet and digital space, is different in a lot of very interesting ways from the physical world, but it's all still the same shit. And so again, and again, I know I'm being a fucking pedant, an asshole pedant with this one. I'm just trying to understand, because if the answer is, and if I like asked Giannis, hey, why do you do this? He'd be like, if he was being blunt, I think he would say, because it sounds good and people will listen to me. Because if I said the shit you're saying, people go, I don't give a fuck about capitalism. That's great. I don't give a fuck about Marx. I don't give a fuck about exploiting the pro. If I say techno-feudalism, everyone goes, holy shit, I don't want that. And I think that...
me as a linguist, when I hear feudalism, I'm reminded of the Old English word for fear, as in the militiaman, the person who could readily be marshaled at any given time of the year, so that to fight in the king's army. And so a feud is an affair of the fear, where you gather as many people as possible, right? It's just about the quantity.
So I agree with what he's doing. I actually like Giannis's writings generally. I also like Marie, I'm going to get her name wrong. She's in that group of like European socialist economists who are actually sort of playing with the capitalist, but also good critiques. I don't know if that makes sense. She wrote Moonshot Capitalism, which is a really interesting sort of attempt to try to make a move forward in capitalism that's actually like social. It's interesting. I would recommend it. So again, I'm not shitting on Giannis. This went down the wrong direction. That's not my goal. I was just trying to figure out if there was like anything more, because I've read some of his stuff, not everything. If there's a reason that we're going to that language besides just the ability for it to be cool and exciting. That's all.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit cynical to call it, because, even he himself said that, he dislikes the book on techno-feudalism insofar as it is, his recently more academic work. He's turning back towards, academic thinking, which he didn't have to do. He had really successful books before, like the ones, I forgot the name, where he like explains capitalism to his daughter. It's a decent book as well.
I agree.
Like he could have stayed there, rewritten that book a couple of times in different ways, right? And then there is no need to like make it sound cool, right? I think that's a bit,
Well, I think again. So just real quick, I'm not going to say that he specifically is like I'm cynical, but that for me, the move he's making back into academia kind of suggests to me that he was not as happy with how the commercial print book world operated, and that the push probably came in a lot of pressures for him to go in specific directions with specific wording. I don't think he's like, yes, here's how I will make money, or here's what will get people to listen to me. But it's, he's writing. He's a writer. And he's a good writer too.
I think what I understand from you, Brooks, is that like the aspect of capital realism, right? The idea that like, this thing like that, like the notion of technology is pertain only to capitalism, and especially even people before us, even at the Industrial Revolution, the idea of division of labor is like idea pertain to capitalists, which I guess in Marx Capital, Das Kapital, Volume 1, he said that's incorrect, right? That's incorrect analysis, right? So
yeah.
the idea of division of labor is pertain even before Adam Smith. It's actually pertain to Ibn Khaldun in the introduction, right? When he start to establish his political philosophy. Yeah, the founder of I penned me in the wall. If the founder of the founder of capitalism is not Adam Smith. He's like popularized, capitalism, but it's before Adam Smith. It's before. It's it's Patin in Ibn Khaldun and in the division of labor. And the question is how how Ibn Khaldun realized like the division of labor before Adam Smith. That's the question. I don't. With all respect to Yanis Varoufakis, I understand his like viewpoint and I understand his like outlook, but like it's before, before Adam Smith,
I'll
the
be honest, I don't
capitalist.
recall Ibn Khaldun writing on labor.
No, he's the founder of capitalism. He's the father of
And
capitalism.
was he not mostly concerned with the Aristotelian geometric constructions?
Exactly, because at that time the philosophers in the Middle East were concerned or were heavily influenced by Aristotle. So,
well, to return to the point, the notion of territorialization for techno space, whatever technology is trying to describe, when you yourself, Brooks, mentioned that you were working on what was it, VR?
I've worked in VR websites, platforms, video games, television.
Yeah, I'm reminded very strongly of how fast things like augmented reality were just sort of fads.
As I'm part of that world, and it's where we kind of get into this really weird, again, the way that a lot of this ends up, and I'm hesitant to use the term feudalism. I really am, because the specific relation of feudalism is the idea that there's territories owned by particular people who have fealty to some larger power, or that there is sort of a conglomeration of them, as if there is a very particularized, again, feudal society is a very particular usage, and again, has been fairly debunked in terms of like it being how things were organized in terms of like, fucking Middle Ages. So I'm just sensitive to the term feudal. There is a reality. I would even be more inclined to say that it's kind of a, I don't know how to put it, gangland mentality more than feudal, because of the way land is partitioned, and in the digital space, partitioned off, sectioned off, and battled over is much more in line with something that's a give and take in that way. The way that
digital land.
So, as an example, the virtual reality as a thing often is credited, as we have it today, to an asshole who was on a forum at the right time in the right place. He founded Oculus, Parker Luckey. The fucking asshole. He's an asshole. He's a huge asshole human being. And he kind of wasn't really a very good engineer. But there was a lot of people in this one very specific forum that talked about VR, talked about this tech, talked about how you might be able to finally have, thanks to modern 3D graphics and cheaper LED screens and LCDs, you could actually have screens small enough that you could use, a 6-DOF sensor, 3-DOF sensor to be able to change positionality inside of a game engine. The person who actually figured out how to do this was a guy named John Carmack. John Carmack was not working for Palmer Luckey at the time. He's an asshole. Both of them are assholes. Are you
going with the fact that digital land is just regular land with augmented space?
It's kind of the space of like who owns, to me, digital land is kind of an ownership of intellectual property. It's one of the reasons, it's the privatization of intellectual property, if I had to like put a very specific name on it. So when we've got kind of at large, right? Here's the guy who created Doom, the engine for Doom, John Carmack. He's on this forum and he just starts saying, oh, try this, try this, try this. He's working at the time for Bethesda under under major companies that are paying him a fuck ton of money and ownership and stock and all this stuff. And he decides to just help this fucking guy on a forum, build this stuff, sell it, and then quit his company and go work for Palmer at Oculus and then Facebook. this thing, this battle over the intellectual property, the land grab in the digital space, in my mind, is much more interesting and much more of a way to talk about how land is actually divided because of how that battle rages, how each one is battling others in courts with capital, with laws, with the way things are set up and how they're used. But they're doing it again after the fact, past the point of axiomatization. Bring it back a little bit to this paper. This is not a thing that happens during the problematization of a thing or the sort of early phases, the pioneer days, but instead it's after that recapitulation, the pullback, and the setting of everything, the setting of the house in order, the rules and the setup. And that rules and setup is very particular in the intellectual property space, the legal space, and the financial space, which are kind of the places this intersects. With everything in the digital world is those three. We may see Facebook as being a website and all this. It's not. It's a conglomeration of intellectual property laws, lawyers, and finance and regulation at the legal level. And this is kind of how those places are able to find their space after they've hit that point. And so when they start growing out, you hit a thing where someone like Bethesda sues someone like Facebook for a fuck ton of money and wins, and really, really wins for a fuck ton of money and rights and patent rights and a whole bunch of shit that is going to genuinely fuck Meta forever. It's kind of wild.
Get that you're making the, I'm not, I don't use this as an insult. You're making the equivocation of digital land as intellectual property. And it also, you know, it basically matches almost perfectly in the way that we use these phrases. But I think that it's possible to describe digital land as the fact that they didn't allow for domain names to be a free utility.
Well, there is no way to have domain names be a free utility because people have to do that work. So short of, and I'm not saying I'm not in favor, short of nationalizing the internet services, the reality of ICANN and all of the backbone of the internet, which is actually what it's called, the backbone, is a huge undertaking by a huge number of people that none of us interface with. We use Comcast and we use Netflix, and it goes through the backbone from one to the other. That backbone is the internet. That's actually the internet. And the one in the US is what most of the world really is using. So that setup, it's a quasi-private fucked up thing. It's a super fucked up thing. It should be nationalized. It should be set up. We're not in the position to do that. Al Gore completely privatized and changed how the internet worked. Fucked us forever. But prior to that, it was close to being, you want a website? Here you go. And that thing, what it means to have a URL, this is where it starts getting into the thing. If I want to have brooksbrown.com, for example, that is its own intellectual property because it's literally an IP address, Internet Protocol address, that has to be registered, set up. Someone has to monitor, someone has to make sure it's secure, and someone has to make sure it's forwarding in all of the different places it needs to on the backbone. So when you go to brooksbrown.com, you're actually going to brooksbrown.com.
Wait, why wouldn't anyone assume that the person who's maintaining that would be Brooks? Would be Brooks?
Oh, because I can't run the backbone in my house.
Wait, why can't you?
The way that the internet's built. Now, there's a decentralized reality to this. We can have a larger discussion, but ICANN needs to be a central authority because we have name servers. So when you type that in, brooksbrown.com, you're not actually looking up brooksbrown.com. What you're doing is you're
name resolution.
Yes, you're searching for the IP address behind it.
Okay, but I'm not. Okay.
Because there's no such thing as brooksbrown.com. Brooksbrown.com is 67.64.68.12 or whatever the fuck. And that thing is actually, and I can have that. I have that. I have my own fucking URL. And if I were to just use the numbers, I don't need a fucking registrar. I can just use the numbers for my computer. I have an internet connection that's fucking solid. I have a web service right now in my house that's running on the internet. It's a number. It's very, very annoying to type. Very annoying. It's not as cool as brooksbrown.com, but you can play video game on one of my servers that I have sitting here. Great. I have a Minecraft server, same thing. It's just the numbers.
So you're saying that it's utopian of me to have the expectation that every person, either in the United States or even in the world, could have just had their own domain name?
No, but it would require the internet be built a little differently than it is.
Yeah,
And I'm not saying so you could figure out how to do it. Here's one of the challenges. How do you know that the address that you have, because if you have, let's say you decide to register brooksbrown.com, right? Because you're Brooks Brown. How, when I type it in, where does it go to ask for what the web address is? It can't just go everywhere. And it can't just go to brooksbrown.com because that's a meaningless name. It has to go to somewhere to be resolved, and it has to go to a specific IP address, right?
Yeah.
So how do you do that? How do you know where to trust? How does my computer find yours through that username? It doesn't. It needs.
Isn't this an economic question?
It's a technological question. So
I don't think it's technological. I think it's economic.
How would how would it find it? Like, that's the first question. Right now, what we use is we have name servers. 11111 is my favorite name server. It's great. It allows me to resolve every address very, very quickly, and it sets up in that way. But that thing that it's doing is deeply centralized. There's a lot of name servers. You can use a ton of them. There's a lot. You can host your own. By the way, I have a name server running on a Raspberry Pi. But that's my name server that my computer is finding on the way out of my house because it's making a request externally. How does it find your address? How can it find your address when it only has a name and not an IP address? Actual question.
Wait, are you describing the necessity for port forwarding?
No, I'm asking how. No one has. There's no such thing as brooksbrown.com. Brooksbrown.com resolves to an IP address, which is actually the computer and the setup. The actual computer that the actual server that the shit's on, or the reference server that's being used in the cloud or whatever the fuck. But there's a number. So without that number, which it needs to get, all I have is brooksbrown.com. And if I type brooksbrown.com, it has to go somewhere to ask, hey, where's brooksbrown.com supposed to go? And it needs to be a thing that can be trusted. It can't just be Elderon here decides to run one out of his house and he just directs everyone to, like, from every website to his IP address, 74747474. And so now brooksbrown.com has 92 different fucking websites that it's claiming are the real brooksbrown.com because it's not centralized.
Obviously, you know that I am definitely not a network engineer.
It's fine. Most people, even network engineers I know, don't really know a lot about how the internet really works. So it's fine. Like, I've been in weird positions in a lot of ways. I got in big arguments with people during the big net neutrality fight here in the States because everyone thought net neutrality was, was Comcast telling Netflix that they had to pay for a connection to a bridge when it fucking wasn't. And it was this really kind of disturbing thing to see all these people who literally are network engineers, people I worked with who were network engineers at my companies. And they had no concept of what the backbone of the internet was. Most people don't. It's because it's this weird thing that's sort of baked into our experience. But there's no website. Facebook.com is not a thing. Meta.com is not a thing. X.com is not a thing. All of those are reference pointing to numbers in a server, an address particular to a server or address that's referencing other numbers. So that thing that resolves X.com to whatever its IP address is the same for everyone. And that's because ICANN runs it and because everyone pulls from that for the name servers that we all use. And if you have an iPhone, you have a specific... Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
To make this directly relevant, like, to me, the instantiation of having that internet protocol address is basically inheriting land.
Feels like that. It's not. Isn't it weird that having meta.com, for example, would be close to that? Having your name is close to that. You can point it wherever you want. You pay a yearly upkeep, like a property tax of sorts, to maintain the thing that allows all of us to be able to connect to it and to be able for you to point that wherever you need. When you take your WordPress blog and you decide to do a ghost blog, or you decide to redirect it to, I don't know, a fucking Substack or your YouTube channel, you can do anything with that name. That thing that happens when people go to your web address, it's got to be the same system as everyone else. There's ways around it. I'm not saying there's not, but the way that the internet's built, that's it. So what you're really paying for is this point that you're allowed, you are the person who controls where people go when they go there. That's it. That's all you do with a web address. When I was working on Avatar, we decided, we were told we needed to get avatar.com. Because James Cameron wanted avatar.com, Fox wanted avatar.com. The guy who owned Avatar, the same websites, everything. The guy who owned avatar.com was an Avatar computer repair shop in like fucking Georgia. It was this obscure thing, and he asked for $900,000. It was an insane amount of money. Yeah, it was an
$900,000
US. Yeah.
Oh.
And I'm not going to say how much he got, but he did fine. And it was because we thought, and there's conversations to be had about how the internet's changing, that having avatar.com, that meant that was a big deal. And we would be able to have that and own that, and that would be our place. Is that useful? Is that true? It is in the specific paradigm of how the internet worked 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It's becoming less useful almost every day because of how this is changing and how people are using it, and how ultimately every website's now just a referent from Facebook, from Twitter, from one of the 10 aggregating sites that really exist on the internet to everyone else, right? So at some point, what does that mean? Well, I mean, I have theories, but again, how the internet works, and at the base of it, the digital is really about the space of partitioning out intellectual property. And your intellectual property is your domain name. That's it. And it is an intellectual property, period. It operates under the same laws, the same copyrights, the same registration, same process, all that shit. It's completely intellectual property. The actual server you have your computer on can be fucking anywhere. You get to redirect and point that anywhere you want. That's your intellectual property. Can be taken from you the same way that your rights or copyright to a book can. It can be sold in exactly the same rights to a character you made or a piece of art. It's identical. Intellectual property is that. So when we start talking about how the digital is partitioned, it's intellectual property. And it's one of the reasons that it really puts a challenge on the rest of the world, because intellectual property rights in the US really do run the internet. And it's not a thing I'm happy about. And I'd love it to be a different way, because I'm not really a fan of what we do. But there's a reason that kind of things go the way they do. People only sort of have to pay attention to EU laws, unless they're literally doing business there. What's going to happen? Nothing. The shift and the changes, it's about how those laws are visited. And again, capital and the way it works, especially with private property, is it finds its pockets at the edges where it's finding all the cool shit that it's pulling in and fucking churning. And even at the center, it's got its pockets of poverty and horrific conditions and exploitations. And around all of that, we have the same fucking wealth. We have the same wealthy capitalist plutocrat assholes in the same way that they've always been. They've just got a new space to play with it. And there's some changes there. It's a speed thing. Not necessarily in the, like Paul Virilio, I think nails a lot of it, but there's a great book. One sec. Portfolio Society, Ivan Asher wrote. Great book. Really solid. Short, tiny. Best subtitle ever. On the cap. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Portfolio
I'm searching. Yeah.
Portfolio Society, Ivan Asher. The subtitle is On the Capitalist Mode of Prediction. Fucking amazing wordplay, because that's what it's about. It's the shift in production to prediction. And this is where I tend to diverge from kind of how Giannis sees the digital as being something new in that space, because all it's done to me is accelerate the same exact financial operations and styles, but refined them into being sort of hyper quantified. The the place where Ford and others made most of their money was not really in the production and sale of cars or some good or that. It was in the way that they utilized that capital, reinvested it, pushed it in different ways, exploited the fuck out of that workforce. Don't get me wrong, but they made their money by turning that into a larger capital scheme. Rockefeller made his money that way. The setup is in the investment communities. It's in finances. It's in Chase, JP Morgan, Bear Stearns, and these assholes. And over time, as the digital is pushed in, the speed of that has changed everything to now where it's no longer about having a single investment, which was very, very common during Ford's days. People would have most of their money in a stock, maybe 2 or 3. But now people have a swelling of stocks, this big fucking grab bag of like the trifectas, the same way you gamble on a fucking horse race in almost the same amount of time. If you go to Polymarket, there's a great example of this where you can bet on politics or you can bet on anything. Have you seen Polymarket? Anyone?
I was talking about that with somebody earlier today. Yeah.
It's fucking nuts. I made $225 betting on Tim Walz being the vice presidential pick. It's a good $225. I didn't bet otherwise. I just happened to have 200 fucking ETH, $200 worth of ETH sitting somewhere. The way that people do this though, I did one bet and it's really a weird feeling to watch and see accounts do smatterings where they're based on mathematics that they're being given by various bots and programs that play Polymarket. They're betting on and against themselves in almost every category based on the thinnest margins. Their goal is not to win $225 by betting on Tim Walz. Their goal is to win half pennies betting 1,000,000 times. And this thing is a shift in finance. The digital is particularly what allowed. If you're not a fan or understanding of the stock market, I get it. It sucks. But you should look into like quants. Quants are fascinating people. The way that the stock market shifted over the course of the last 25 years, when the stock exchange shifted from being papers, like, I don't know if you've ever seen the old movies where they're like running around going, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and they're throwing paper at each other and everything and having to be registered. The switch to digital and then the switch to digital externally were huge changes. And that external thing is really fascinating because basically the way that quants work is they have algorithms and bots running on every stock, constantly watching, buying and selling tiny trades here and there based on algorithms. The way that they make money is so specifically fast that they actually had and bribed various city council people and businesses to have their quants sitting closer physically to the stock market because the speed of light difference for information getting from the one that was next door to the one that was 2 blocks down made a actual monetary material difference in how much they made daily. That's how fast they do this and how fast this shit runs. So when we're talking about like, what is the digital and how does it come in? It's a layer above. It's an extraordinary layer of this sort of insane nightmare on top of everything. It's kind of insane.
Well, like going back to what you said at the start of this, where you were saying it's sort of just an additional frontier for all these additional types of like financial exploitation, is that they still are treating the internet like it's this wild west, to where you've got this sort of these money to interest expanding into it, but it is also diffuse. Or at least they give you the idea that it is too diffuse to actually like regulate or keep under control. But I think an interesting thing you said earlier is it's really not as decentralized as a lot of people like to think, or at least not now.
Yeah, and it could have started, it had a weird, Al Gore, when he says like he founded the internet, people laugh at that, but there's a reality there. Like and I mean this not as a joke because it was funny, and it is kind of funny when you talk about it, but in what he did and how he worked was specifically against the sort of semi-decentralization or the movement of allowing other countries specifically to have a power in how it's set up and commercial industries not be at the center. What they did and how they put the internet together specifically legally. And again, to bring it back to the paper we're talking about, and this idea about the axiomatization, the putting up the house and preparing for the next thing, that's what he did. The internet in the 90s was fucking crazy Wild West. It really was. Like, no one knew what the fuck was going on. And for a few years after that, but they built laws, they built setups, and they put things in place that gave us the structure that we now sort of exist and live with. And these are the ramifications of that. So it's a really fascinating thing to talk about, the problematic that gave birth to something, the way that it was a sea change and destructive in a lot of ways, and birthed new and terrified and all that, and then ultimately was brought back under control, axiomatized, and put in these sort of structures. This thesis historically being laid out by Deleuze, by these guys, as we look back, I think is incredibly important and really kind of interesting. Sorry for the very long ramble. I do this quite often.
Yeah. The idea also, I don't know, the idea also about technology and like people, like, I don't know, I don't know about where you come from, but like where I come from, like people
America.
think that like, yeah, like, but okay, but where I come from, like people think that online games is like, it's like, in like in the 19th, like it's the beginning of the 2000s, like it's they think that it's not like pertain to a technology that is pertain to the 90s, right? But like, online games existed also in the 90s, and
Well, and also it's online games is a fascinating thing because you can follow the same process. So in the US, we had online games, and they were just normal, like you'd buy games because games were primarily designed as products for people to purchase and play on home computers. This meant that they sell a $50 product and you'd kind of use it once. Maybe your friend would pirate it, but you wouldn't like have 50 people using the same computer. But other countries, you go to Southeast Asia, StarCraft specifically as an example, suddenly starts getting used by PC bangs. And the real fascinating thing of like the 80s and 90s, especially in Korea, as you sort of had this weird turn. Early was difficult for Korea, 80s became a thing, push into the 90s, and suddenly PC bangs were there, and there was this big upswell in people having access to this technology. And here comes StarCraft, and you could just install it on 10, 15, 20 computers inside of your PC bang, internet cafe, for those not familiar with lingo, and people would come and they'd play all day.
Yeah,
and it was a huge deal.
Yeah, I used to play in internet cafes,
Yeah, everyone did.
Yeah.
But you have this really fascinating thing because it took Korea by storm. It's kind of hard to even in the West. It's even hard. Like I've gone back and I've talked about it. I've researched. I've had friends who I have friends at Smilegate and a few other games companies. I've talked to them about it, and I still can't even fathom the absolute impact it had because it was everywhere in every PC bang. People could play it. It was everywhere. And so suddenly you had this big rise in everyone freely playing this game. And here in the West, where the company who made the game, they were like, fucking what? You're pirating this shit out of our game. They were pissed. But what could they do? Not much. Yeah. So what did they do? They did this really fucking insidious thing. They created the first online service where you'd sign in. And they let PC bangs have all of their copies, and then they sold bonuses. And they made this other way for people, again, this exciting revolutionary thing, doing a thing outside of it, pulled back, the house made an order, and then it became what it is now. It's actually really a fascinating, again, setup. So now we have that thing, but it was a new thing at the time, this idea of free games. Free games? How could you ever make money on free games? Well, let's charge people for items. Really? No one will pay for items. I was in the room when people said this shit. I was at Lucas, and we were being pitched doing a free-to-play Star Wars game by Valve. And Valve, Steam, this guy's behind Steam, they were like, you don't even understand how much money you can make inside of the digital space. There's all these games for free. We're going to make Team Fortress 3. It was this insane push. And literally no one at the company believed them. They're like, you can't make money on a free game. That, again, the changes, the sea changes, and then the pulling back, sea changes and pulling back, this repetition of what capitalism does and how it does it, the problematizing, then the axiomatizing, one hand then the other, the decoding, the re-territorializing. Really fascinating that we're seeing it come through in specifically this term. This has been a fucking fascinating discussion.
Yeah.
Also, from what Marcellus was saying, that sparked an idea as well that a lot of the people that we look to sort of legislate these things or potentially regulate these things, like potentially like trying to get gambling out of children's games and things like that, we have this sort of gerontocracy of people who like are still barely in the mindset of gaming in the 90s, let alone gaming in the modern day. And we have to look to them to try to take care of problems like, you know, kids getting hooked on gambling.
Well, and again, I would ask, it's the same thing. It's the reason I asked about the Giannis thing is probably because this is a fucking thing I've done before. I've had these conversations with legislators where I'm wondering, why do we need specific laws about games and gambling for children? Why is this, like, in what capacity do I need to write a new law? You go read the other laws about what kids, like, what is not allowed for kids to do. And it's like, that's it. But because the words are slightly different, because these people are either intentionally or unintentionally unable to wrap their heads around this new thing, because it's in a new form, it's in a new setup, it's in the digital. Well, no, look, we can't, children would not be allowed to play a game that randomly gives them things, like pulling a lever and then they randomly get a prize of one of a sort. Of course we wouldn't allow that. Now, rewards for them opening capsules, well, it's just fun for children. It's like, dude, fucking there's no difference. But we think that we play like there is, or they wordsmith it, or they talk about it like there is. There's this really weird thing. And I think the crypto is like my favorite example of this. It always will be, because the number of people who are like, it's not a security. Yeah, do you make money by sitting on it? Yes. What the fuck, dude? Like, that's it. That's the fucking, like, but they go, no, it has utility. What's the utility? By being useful. What the fuck does that even... Sorry?
Okay.
I have a comment. I know that we're definitely running late, and it's
you got like 5 minutes left for me, and I'm out of here. I know you Europeans are just getting going. I'm sorry.
So just to get onto crypto, and obviously we're aware of Sam Bankman-Fried. So to tie in,
as a note, I ran a company that was trying to build a thing in crypto for 3 years.
You've been everywhere though. Like
I have done a lot.
Yeah, you can't. You have to keep quiet when we bring up a thing, and then you're there saying, "Oh yeah, I was at the burning bush." You can't do that. All right, so yes, to tie in feudalism, techno-feudalism, and digital space intellectual property.
Mm-hmm.
Sam Bankman-Fried was, he was basically active in the space that we're talking about right now, where he developed what was it? He developed a mechanism to manipulate the exchange rate of cryptocurrency in international exchange rates, right? In international rates.
Sort of.
So,
I mean, what he did was embezzlement. Like the embezzlement
was only the side.
Really?
True business. The true business, like the what he put on paper as his true business was to exploit.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. To exploit, like say people wanted to get from dollars into Japanese, what is it? Japanese
yen.
Yen. But it would technically be cheaper to go and exchange it first into
Ethereum bucks or whatever the fuck he had, and then put it into yen.
Exactly.
Yes.
Some third material. It's cheaper to go through that and then change it into the Japanese yuan. So he developed like algorithms that were able to exploit this fact, not because and if you think about it, like in terms of how it's conventionally done, where an exchange bank has rates that are set for whatever hour of that day or some like those rates don't change frequently. They have basically daily occurrences, and then at the end of business they're able to account for any mishaps that occurred. But he specifically was it's basically the same thing as, oh, I need to get this game in Brazil because it's cheaper on Valve that way if I use Brazilian dollars.
And again,
he was territorializing a digital space.
Yes.
And he was jailed for that fact, essentially.
Yes. There's other things that were in there because of what happened during that process and how he was basically holding people's value. Like, and this is again where you get into those really fun things where the same shit we used to have with company chits or with fake fucking money that people would print out in like the early 1900s or even mid 1800s. There's stories of this in the US. People fake money and they're like, oh, here's a new buck. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia did a great episode where they try to have Dave and Buster's dollars at their own bar and they can't figure out why it can't work. That shit used to just fucking happen. It was made illegal in the US. It was a big deal.
That was part of the plot of Street Fighter, the movie.
It was.
Ice and dollars.
The setup and the push with Sam, though, was during that time of transfer, he would actually also be moving that money into the excesses from his company completely illegally, into a company that he didn't supposedly have any control over, who would then invest in the riskiest fucking things that have ever been done, and then take the money that they supposedly made from that and Ponzi scheme it straight back in and allow people to withdraw. This really weird interchange, because at the same time, all the stuff you're talking about is happening. The bank set up for Sam Bankman-Fried that he had at his company basically enabled people to deposit for rewards. And so that is how they maintained some level of liquidity, was having this throughput dollar and people manipulating markets that would, in ways that would make, what's his name? The one all the right-wingers hate, who did that shit to Zimbabwe. God damn it. Soros. Soros did it to Zimbabwe, didn't he? Am I remembering that wrong?
Wasn't that the Ponzi scheme guy?
No, Soros is one of the richest men in the world.
Soros is the one that pays all the leftists
Soros.
under the in the shadow government. The shadow government.
Yeah, he destroyed the Bank of England. Actually did, not like in a, it's always weird when you say it because it's like this fucking Jewish Holocaust survivor. Like, the Jew destroyed the banking industry. It's like, oh, God damn it. But he used his fund to borrow billions of pounds from a bunch of banks and sold them for other currencies like German marks and dollars. And then this setup created demand for those over the pounds and drove down the value of the pounds. He does with billions of dollars over the course of time. 15% against the Deutschmark, and the 25% against the dollar. He fucking just did this.
It's obviously, it's kind of funny when they just say, oh yeah, what you just did was illegal, even though it was just a manipulation of, it's just a hyper utility of what's already.
Well, and technically what Soros did is legal. Technically what Bankman was doing was technically legal.
The
currency part, yes. The rest of it, no. The rest of it, very much not.
I'm willing to entertain that idea.
That's Brooks, what all who listen to me, what remind me of, in the ethics, if you remember the ethics, clearly there's the part where the part of the ethics, I remember part 3 or part 4, but he said what's useful for us here is the first principle, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's useful for us is what good, right? What's useful for us is what's good, and what is bad is what hinder our self-preservation or hinder our from attaining this joy, right? This
Yeah.
useful thing, right? So what's useful is what is give us some kind of joy, and what's bad is what hinder our self-preservation. I don't know, I remember the quote, but remind me of that,
Yeah. No, this has been a phenomenal discussion, and I thank all of you very much for it. I feel like I've come out better in a lot of ways for it. And now I'm rethinking the idea of feudalism and technocracy and how that may come to be, because it's kind of, as I'm saying all of this, I think the idea of intellectual property being the actual private property that's happening in the digital space, as I say that, out the other side, I'm like, oh, I guess that would make it a feudalistic thing, god damn it. So it's kind of interesting that I kind of made my own point, made Eldron's point for him. That I've kind of owned, I kind of owned myself as I was thinking.
It all goes back to Marx. There is a shadow haunting Europe and America, and it is a shadow of Marxism.
It is techno-Marxism. Techno-Marxism.
Techno-Marxism.
Techno-Marxism.
I guess it's
sounds like a
haunting the
comic.
world. It's haunting every corner. Right?
Now I'm gonna have my AI. I'm gonna have my AI write some fucking techno music now about Marx.
Right.
A techno house song about Marxist. What would be the phrasing I'd want to use? Marxist critique of capital and the exploitation of the proletariat. Let's see how that works. That'll work.
By the way, Brooks, I've been enjoying Deathlock a bunch. I really got into the game. Thank you.
It's fucking good, isn't it?
It's good, yeah.
If anyone here wants, by the way, it's a standing invite. Deadlock is Valve's new game. Basically, Team Fortress and Dota fucked, and now they have a new baby.
And it's amazing.
Okay, I'm not really a mass what do you call it?
Multiplayer game?
Yeah, I'm not really a hyper, the hyperactive. I'm not really.
You don't really need to be. Exactly. It's if you want, it's pretty casual in a lot of ways.
And why is it casual? This is awesome. It's the perfect time to play this game because nobody knows what the fuck they're doing, and you get weird games. I had a 2-hour-long game that just they couldn't finish it because although everybody's doing their thing, they don't know how to focus it. It's amazingly clumsy currently.
The meta hasn't been built. So it's specifically, though, it's worth noting, it is IceFrog making it. IceFrog's the creator of Dota, the original mod, like Defense of the Ancients, the original mod way back when. And so he's been working at Valve for the last few years on Dota 2, and then this has been his sort of fun side project, and it's great. If you want in, I'm just going to mention this. I am happy to literally add anybody here because I'm happy to add anyone. Let me.
And if there's Europeans here, I need people to play with. My friend code, just to say it, I will put it in this chat here. My friend code is 621-9477. 621-9477. Feel free to add me on the Steam and write me and be like, Brooks, I want fucking in Dead. So it's great. I recommend it highly. I am primarily a Dota player. I say that, look, 61's back, and 61 hates video games. 61 hates video games. 61 hates video games. And hates that I hates them.
Hates the simulacrum.
It's not nearly as interesting as these books, which is fair, but still. I have 3,500 hours in fucking Dota 2. That's the way it works. I have 3,500 hours in fucking Dota 2. But Deadlock's great. I only have 22 hours into it. I got to tell you, absolutely worth playing.
I have some 10 hours, but it's so much fun just because nobody knows what they're doing. I'm like, the matches are wild.
I'm a big fan.
There's one more thing that I wanted to make out, that I want to make from the conversation, just to tie everything in on a single word. So you recall Charlemagne, right? The Frankish king.
Yes.
So when the
Sorry, I
Southern
lived in
Franks-
LA, so it's like I thought you were talking about a radio guy for a second. It took my brain a moment.
I know you're
It's
talking
a
about
long.
that.
It doesn't matter. Don't ignore me. I'm stupid.
No, I get it. He's a known figure, right? So when the Franks were invading their newly found territory, they didn't quite understand what the Romans are doing necessarily, but they understood that they comprehended that it was a viable economic model. What the Romans had was called a villa, right? So there was a mansion house, a mansio, and people from that villa would work on the fields, and they would either be servants, slaves, or they would be the family of the patriarch, right? And that was the method of how the Romans made sense of their provincial economy. Now the thing is that the Spanish don't have a word for village, right? So English, French, and Italian have words for village, but the Spanish word for village, like a set of hamlets that are residential, they don't. It's totally different. Why? It's because when the Franks took the land, they took the word villa, they added the age, as in like a Germanization of a Latin word such as mortgage. They added the age, and then they sort of made a dialect of this new concept of a village as having a residence with workers and productive capacity, basically. And this was brought to England and Italy via Charlemagne, the great king.
Interesting.
And by the way, Charlemagne was defeated at the Pyrenees, and that's why the Spanish don't have the word village. So the Pyrenees is the mountain between France and Spain.
I am going to, because I can't help it, and this is horrifying. I'm going to play you my Marxist techno. You need to watch my stream. You need to, if you're in the Discord, you have to just connect. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to get the fuck out of here, because this is horrifying, and it's kind of amazing. And I'm always like stunned by how good some of these fucking things are. Honestly, this one is called "Rise of the Proletariat."
Is AI?
This is all AI. As I asked it to do a techno house song about Marxist critique of capital and the exploitation of the proletariat. That's it. I find this stuff fascinating, and I like fucking with it. And this is actually not terrible. Here you go. Enjoy. One sec.
Evolution, c'est capitalist. System collapse now, system collapse now. C'est capitalist. It's time for workers to unite and resist. Great change, the cage, no limit your reach. System finish, the powers in.
It's horrifying, right?
Rise up for the cause with business getting loud. There's a struggle in the rhythm, revolution in the sound. Join the voices in the crowd, you the echo all around. Capital shivers, can't withstand it when we're found. But labor's hearts are pulsing, unity profound. In the glow of your dreams, justice spirit calls us proud.
Break the chains, the ground starts to quake. In this realm of peace.
It's fucking nuts, right? It's just weird to me that this just pops out. I understand. I know how all this works. I just find it really crazy. Yeah, it's a diffusion noise model. Yeah. Which is fucking weird. I'm going to play you a couple of my other favorites that I've done. We'll do my couple favorites that are amazing. Do you know the Walrus and the Carpenter? I don't care. Do you know the Walrus and the Carpenter?
let a titan, a legend such as
You're
yourself.
going to deal then with 5 more minutes, and then I'm done. That's how it works. Then I'm done. I have to play this because you will get a kick out of these. I know at least one person will get a kick out of one of these. So
I don't know this operative that you're talking about.
So this one I wrote. I wanted it to build a song called "I Am Anti-Oediping." It's just the words of Anti-Oedipus done with like a style of like big band.
Anti-Oediping, still right here.
I asked it to make gibberish in between.
It's interesting.
It functions everywhere, sometimes without stopping, sometimes discontinuously. It breathes, it heats, it eats, it shits, it fucks. One mistake ever said the it everywhere. It is machines, not at all metaphorically.
And it's literally just the first like 3 pages of Anti-Oedipus.
It definitely has. It brings me back to, you know, like that metropolis kind of vibe.
Yeah, it's a trip, right? And then this is a jazz version of the Walrus and the Carpenter, which I love. I've always loved the poem, and I actually love the Disney version and everything, but this gives me a kick. It's the entire thing is like this.
The sun was shining on the sea, or shining
I don't know if there will
with all
ever be a
his
time when
might.
we just can't tell the difference.
He did his very best
it's here.
to make us see the billows smooth and bright. And
I
this
don't know how
was
exactly
odd.
they got it so correct with the Matrix movie.
It's kind of a trip. And it's kind of, as you kind of do the thing and you kind of set the whole thing up, it's kind of just a very strange, it's just very strange to play with this stuff and to see how it works. Most of it people do funny stuff. And I appreciate it. One second, I'm gonna see if I can find, there's this, one of the top tracks I think ever is if you're it only is funny if you're a Star Trek fan. You have to be a pretty big Star Trek fan. But someone made one sec. Are you a Star Trek The Next Generation fan? Anyone here?
That's not my generation.
Yes.
I watched one season.
You wanna fight with me?
Darmok,
Shaka!
Darmok is my favorite episode.
When the walls fell, Shaka, indeed. What now?
They made like a fucking rap version of that entire scene.
Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra.
I think it's hilarious.
Jalad at Tanagra. Darmok.
I think it's fucking funny. It's just very weird. The whole thing. And it's like, you tell me that's not a dude singing. We're past the point of being able to tell the difference. We really are. We're just past it.
I mean, you know, don't get me wrong. There's still diagnostic tools that you can use to get to, like, there'll be 3 out of place pixels, and that will be the fingerprint.
And musicians clock it immediately. Like,
Is that expensive to use? Because I want to do one.
It's
using
free
Francis
for just a
Deck.
couple. It's free if you want to do just a couple songs a month.
I want to do one based off of Francis E. Deck's Zombie Computer God.
That is oddly specific.
That is very, very particular.
I'm assuming this is a prompt, so you just put in the
anything you want. Anything you want. Give me a thing. Give me a thing. You can literally have it write your lyrics. You can just give it lyrics, and it will rewrite a song or write a song for that. It's kind of weird, and it takes a little bit of like fucking with, but I've enjoyed seeing kind of what it turns out as a thing.
I mean, AI feels like that one friend that doesn't have boundaries but is correct.
I find a lot of it really fun to sort of play with. I like it a lot for the visuals that it's able to put out. Here, let me Let me actually see if I can get these to open up in, because I use it in the background of a lot of stuff that I'm editing, because it's fun to have. It's random and odd, and I really like playing with that sort of aesthetic. If all of these will just open once, good. Going to be a playlist, or are they all open? Good. Because then we have, let's see, let me pull myself over here. Go boop, 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 boop. Switch screens. Windows 2. Yeah, there's no audio in these. This is just purely I'm doing we've got an Analects of Confucius group. So I'm editing and putting together that podcast, and so I needed a background for it, and this is going to end up being slower. I'm adding a bunch of effects to it, but it's like, it's intense.
It looks like he has a, oh, okay, it was an inkwell. It looked like he had a what do you call it, turntable.
It was, yeah, a little bit.
See, the ones that where the image changes over time, I don't even know how they did. I mean, it looks great, but I've never seen this style before AI. Right? I don't even know what to call this. It's like a static animation. I don't, like what is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's transitive animation. You see it if you've ever seen there's a great show called what am I thinking? Super Jail. The animator behind Super Jail does a ton of this by hand.
That's right. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. When characters get trippy.
Yeah, it's a trippy thing, and it's blending. No one does it. This shit's really hard to fucking do by hand. Yeah, Eastern European. It really does have an aesthetic of like that Eastern European sort of Eastern Bloc thing. Very much. That's spot on, Elron. Then there's cool stuff. Let me see if I can get. Oh no. One sec. I'm gonna see if I can get the playlist to pop out, and then let's put a bunch of others in there. All right, there we go. Go this guy. Let's see if we can have that there. Good. And then this one's a little bit more of a, because I'm doing a fucking horror reading thing. A lot more trippy, a lot more traditional AI looking art, but it looks cool.
Two spines. I'm assuming this is how you made your profile picture.
That one was without painting, but yeah, that one I actually have my real photo on. I'll show you those in a minute. They're great. This is trash. It didn't turn out very good. It was too steady, which is annoying. This is a smoother transition. I liked this one a lot more, but it's just the lettering. This is where I start having fun. It's a new model that came out about 3 months ago. I want to say FIFO diffusion, first in, first out style video diffusion. And it does way trippier looking shit. I think it's trippier looking.
Very reminiscent of Beyond the Black Rainbow.
It is. It is. I get to brag slightly because Panos is a friend of mine. Panos Cosmatos, director and creator of Beyond Black Rainbow and Mandy.
Absolutely adore Beyond the Black Rainbow.
It's
the score to that by Sonoya Case with the original 1970s synthesizers, just sublime.
I love this shit. It's so strange.
Yeah, it is very strange.
Yeah, it's just every model in the way it works gives you something to play with that I really do enjoy. Because as you start telling it what to look for in each pixel, what to look for as it's making changes, what to focus on, what to bring, like as you really get into the prompts, because you can now, like the shit's really broken down. It's really kind of wonderful.
I think if a medieval peasant were to see this, they would think that, oh yeah, the The Antichrist is here.
Yep, it's the end of the world. I have no doubt it would blow someone's mind. And this one didn't turn out very good, but I kind of like it. It's statues, but it turned into a weird art style I don't even recognize. So I don't even know what the fuck that is. Very strange. Very, very
That
strange.
reminds me of early woodcuts.
Probably not far from reality. It's probably close to that, actually. Let's see. And then just because I have to share it because it is hilarious. I find it hilarious, at least. Here are all of me. This is me. I'm going to bring this center. I asked it to take my photo. I outpainted it, like literally right around. I kept the beard. And then I asked it to do JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Jojo.
And it's just very much, they're all sort of that.
Yeah, I could see you in the Beatles.
I fucking love these so much. That's like Mario, I think. I have no idea. No idea. It's an
The Mushroom
arcade.
Wizard. That Mushroom Wizard one's really cool.
Isn't it? Some of them are really amazing. The Mushroom Wizard's cool. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Like my head's all fucked up. I'm like a piece of cloth. I'm not even sure. That's Street Fighter. I like that. That's like a Street Fighter looking one.
Swole.
It's not bad.
I do like the hair matches surprisingly well in some of these. I don't know what that is at all.
There we go. That's the closest to JoJo's.
That's Playhead, I guess. See. That one just looks good. But my neck, not really. I like the headphones. Did you see the headphones on that one? I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm bold in that one. Yeah, AI is a trip. Once you start really playing with it, it's pretty fun.
Yeah. As I said before, built from linear algebra.
It's a very, very different beast, though. Very, very different beast. All right. With that, I am probably going to bounce the fuck out and head to bed and relax. All of you Europeans, always fun. Yeah. Always fun. This was great. Thank you for joining. Thanks, everyone. And I'll see you around and probably do more Axiomatic this weekend because I've still got to deep further. This was good shit. Thank you all. Very good shit.